what are the things that you should be thinking about in terms of, am I ready? How do I get ready? Is it the right thing for me? These sorts of things. So let's start with the perception of what a great founder is.
Okay, cool, it's working.
And classically, this tends to be Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. And it's an image of founder as Superwoman or Superman, right? Who has this like panopticon of skills. And I can use the word panopticon because I'm here at Stanford. It's things like, I know how to do product market fit. I'm great at product. I'm great at strategy. I'm great at management. I can fundraise. Right? I can do all of these different skills. And part of what you're looking for in a great founder, in the kind of theory of the founder as superperson, is I'm looking for someone who is awesome at all these things. They are well-rounded. They're diverse. They can bat on all skills. And part of how I found this kind of emphasized in the beginning of my own entrepreneurial journey is I remember reading an article that said, Bill Gates, who is smarter than Einstein. Right? And you're like, well, look, Bill Gates is really smart and is very accomplished, but I'm not quite sure smarter than Einstein is actually a phrase that even Bill would want to be actually next to. And it's partially because I think it's this image of founder as superperson, which is that a great founder is someone who can do anything, jump over tall buildings in a single bound, all of these sorts of things. And the reality, right, is a founder is someone who deals with a ton of different headaches. And no one is universally superpowered. Generally speaking, you hope to have a couple of superpowers, some things that are unique edge to you, some things that are unique to the problem that you're trying to solve, some things that may help you give an edge, because actually competitive differentiation and competitive edge is super important. But it's not actually, in fact, a function of genius. And matter of fact, frequently,
this guy talks too fast. I need to speed it down, but I can't tab right now.
Usually it's the results that play out. And sometimes when you're dealing with uncertain environments, you may even be genius and later be thought to be a mad person, or you may be a mad person and you turn out to be lucky and you're later thought to be a genius. So it's actually kind of a challenging set of, like, how do you think about, these sets, what is the whole set of skills? And when us mere mortals, come into this kind of battle, what is the right way to think about it? And so, when I thought about this question of how is one a great founder, part of what you get to is, and actually this is probably the slide that for people on, this may have been a suboptimal choice for people on video, but it's like, these are all skills that are super important, right? These are all things that you say, well, okay, this is really, really important to do, and you must, in fact, actually do this well, and it begins to look like a superhuman task. And so what I did is I decided to take a subset of these and focus on some of the interesting things to think about. What is it that actually makes a great founder? Because it's actually not that you score 10 out of 10 on all these, the entrepreneurial
This guy's not a good fit. He's just here to counter me. That's all there is to it.
So let's start with team. So one way to kind of, I think, talk about exploding the kind of the myth of the super founder is that actually, in fact, usually it's best to have 2 or 3 people on a team rather than a solar founder. It's not that the solar founders don't actually play out, and they can successfully, but most often 2 or 3 people is actually, in fact, a much better. When I look at these things as an investor, and I say, what is a good composition of a project and founders that are likely to succeed? Usually there's 2 or 3 of them. And the reasons are because, for example, we've already talked about the fact that there's this very broad set of skills. There's this whole set of questions about how you adapt to a company in order to be successful. And if you actually have 2 or 3 founders, you have different skills. You can compensate, because by the way, everyone has weaknesses. You can compensate for each other's weaknesses. You can, in the diversity of problems that you encounter as a founder, that you can actually tackle them. So one of the things that I suggest when you look at essentially a founding team,
no mana to farm that wave. I kind of want the experience from it.
Having co-founders, having a high degree of trust with those co-founders, because one of the things, by the way, part of the whole entrepreneurial thing is there's lots of ways to die. One of the ways to die is you get a year down the road with your co-founders, and then you're going through a messy divorce, and that is not always, but frequently fatal. And so, and then also the diversity of kind of tasks that you're trying to do. And actually, okay, yes, I was going to say that will be suboptimal from the viewpoint of being able to look at the slides. The next thing is location. And so frequently, I've heard told to me, it's like, oh, Silicon Valley aggregates all of this super talent, which it does, in terms of like what actually, in fact, it's the reason why Silicon Valley
startups are so successful is
because all of these great people immigrate, which is super important for talent and founders and else, emigrate here, and that's part of the reason. Now, it's actually, if you think about it from basic math, even if you take something that Silicon Valley is super strong at, which is essentially software skills in the last 2 decades, not all of the great software people move here. Not all of them can move here. There are many of them in various other parts of the world. And so why do I put choice of location as one of the things that comes down to thinking about whether or not you're a great founder? Well, the reason is because what great founders do is seek the networks that will be essential to their problem and their task. And they realize that it isn't just about kind of like I am super person. I can do this anywhere. I can do this, in the Antarctic, etc. Is in order to be successful, I have to go to where the strongest networks are for the particular kind of problem or the particular kind of thing that I'm doing. And Silicon Valley, by the way, is super good at some kind of tasks, some places that you essentially try to solve certain kinds of problems. but it is not good at all of them. Let me take, kind of two examples. So one is Groupon. I don't think Groupon could have ever been founded here. Even though it's a software product, it actually even generates a network, which, obviously a lot of the great networks are here, and uses a kind of internet technologies, a mobile product, and everything else, all of which we have a lot of great skills here in Silicon Valley, and the networks are really good.
That really sucks.
One of the things that's central for Groupon in its early days was having massive sales forces.
Oh, well.
And massive sales forces, strengths and weaknesses of networks tend to go together. Silicon Valley tends to be pretty adverse to plans that involve like, oh, we're going to rent a 25-story building, and in 20 of those stories, we're going to have floors of salespeople, and that's how we're going to get our thing going. That kind of plan here tends to not get a lot of interest, tends to get a lot of criticism, tends to not have talent aggregate to it, tends to have financiers talk about things like capital efficiency and network effects and other kinds of things that are key here. And so it's actually not a surprise that actually, in fact, Groupon was required to be actually in Chicago, which is really good at this,
dude, we've even
as
got
a
the
way
scanner,
of actually
man. Just
kind of
scan
getting
it.
going and showing that even software startups can be in other places. But even if you begin to think about it, you say, okay, well, what kinds of other kinds of startups would someone be an idiot to move here to do? Think of someone who is doing a fashion startup, not fashion a la Poshmark, which is, a mobile, marketplace, et cetera, which are a bunch of things that are good here. But like, I'm designing a new fashion company, and I'm going to come to Silicon Valley to do it. That's actually not such a great idea. As I said, the fashion company might be a great idea, but you want the networks to support what you're doing. And so part of the reason why, where should I locate my startup, is a test for thinking about, am I a great founder, is because part of what happens when you're actually founding a company,
his top came down too. Nice to meet you.
I will go to where it's successful to be. Because
good luck, Timo.
The metaphor that I frequently use for entrepreneurship is jumping off a cliff and assembling an airplane on the way down. And the reason is because it's hard. It has a quasi-mortal exit by which you're default dead, and so you're taking every possible chance to actually win. And so great founders go, look, I'll move to what the network is. And that network is, this graphic is frequently Silicon Valley. But for tech startups, for mobile, for networks, for marketplaces, this is a really good place to do it. For a bunch of other things, you should think about whether or not it's a different location. Now, here's something that, it's very in vogue, very conventional to say you're contrarian these days. And so let's talk a little bit about what contrarianness actually in fact is. So it's actually pretty easy to be contrarian. It's hard to be contrarian and right. And in particular, when you're thinking about, is my idea contrarian or contrarian enough, it's how does a smart person actually disagree with me, right? Because if you can't think of a smart person who isn't like ignorant or just crazy or something else, but is a smart person who is somewhat expert in this or thinks that your idea has some serious challenges, then it actually isn't contrarian. Right. So contrarian is always actually, this is one of the things that Sam and I talked about at the startup school, is contrarian is actually relative to an audience, right? So when you want to be, when you're thinking about contrarian in terms of like a really good contrarian idea, it's like, okay, what would other, say it's consumer internet, good consumer internet people think is actually in fact not yet a good idea? And part of when you think about contrarian is to say, okay, what's the way that, what do I know that other people don't know? Because it isn't just oh, I'm brilliant and other people aren't, and that's the reason my contrarian thing is right. That's a very bad test. It might happen to be true. Of course, lightning could also strike you in the field, right? So think a lot about like, what is it that I know that other people don't know? So for example, in the very early days of LinkedIn, part of what I advise all founders to do is go talk to every smart person who will talk to you and give you feedback. So at LinkedIn, I walked around and said, here's my idea, what do you think? 2/3 or more of my network, including some of the very, very smart people, all thought I was nuts. And the reason why I thought I was nuts was because they said, well, look, it's a network product. It's only valuable with a bunch of people in it. First person, no value. Invite second person, first person in it, no value for either of them. They already know each other. When do you actually begin to deliver on your use case, which is like 500K to 1 million people, right? And so you're never going to get the size. It's never going to grow. Now, what I knew that the critics didn't know was that I could think of a set of different ways by which people say, look, it's pretty easy to say, look, I believe in the vision of this, or I think it's interesting, or I think a product like this should exist, or I'm willing to play around with it. And I can leverage those sets of interests to grow the network to get to enough size that you could begin to deliver on the value propositions in which LinkedIn has. And that was the specific thing that I knew that the critics weren't thinking about. And so when you think about being contrarian, you have to think about how is it that smart people disagree with me, they disagree with me from a position of intelligence, right? And there's something that I know that they don't know that actually, in fact, will play out to be true. Now, in this case, in general, as a founder, it's good to be contrarian in the real sense and right. Now, the other last part on the contrarianness is to think about there's lots of different ways to be contrarian. So, for example, a frequent one will be like, oh yeah, that's a good small idea, but actually, no, it's not small, it's large. Or, you know,
what is this Olaf doing way over there?
You can assemble the talent, or while most consumer internet startups tend to be, like for example, is another LinkedIn example, tend to be only successful at their rocket ships, actually a gradual compounding curve can actually be very, very valuable. LinkedIn never had a rocket ship moment. It was kind of compound year by year, but that in the consumer internet tends to be atypical to the pattern. So here you begin to get to a bunch of sorts of problems that essentially founders run into, which is like, well, should I be doing the work or should I be recruiting people and delegating the work?
Nice.
And classically, the answer to this is, actually, in fact, you need to do both, right? And in fact, not only do you need to do both, you need to do sometimes one at 100% and sometimes the other one at 100%. And sometimes, even though this is not so good at math, both at 100%. And so what you'll see is this is actually classic when you begin thinking about what is a great founder, is you navigate what is apparent paradoxes. So another one that I frequently talk about is you got to be both flexible and persistent. And the reason for this is entrepreneurs are frequently given the advice to, have a vision, stay firm against adversity, realize that you have this vision that is contrarian to what other people think, and just stay on track, get through the difficult times, and get there. The other piece of advice, given with equal vigor, is listen to data, listen to customers, pivot, be flexible. Part of the thing this comes out to being in terms of being a great founder is to say, well, when should I be persistent? When should I be flexible? And the vehicle that I most often use for this is you should have on a project you're doing, like a company, an investment thesis that essentially says why you think, possibly contrarian, why you think this is potentially a good idea. It should include what you know that you think other people don't know. And then, as you're going into the battlefield, you go, am I in fact increasing confidence in my investment thesis or decreasing confidence in my investment thesis? Because if I'm increasing confidence, then stay on track, be persistent. And by the way, sometimes even with adversity, your confidence can increase. If it's decreasing, that doesn't mean jump out. PayPal, LinkedIn, Airbnb, a whole bunch of startups I've been part of have had months where you were like, oh my God, why did we ever think this was a good idea? It was kind of a valley of the shadows moment. So like, for example, when PayPal was, August 2000, we were burning $12 million in 1 month. The expense curve was exponentiating. We had no revenue, decreasing confidence. However, we say, okay, what do we do in order to fix that? And that gives you your immediate action plan. Another one is, should you have belief or should you have fear? Right? Should you have, should you essentially go, well, no, I have this vision of the way the world should be, and I should ignore everything else, and I should just go at that. Well, again, part of what being a great founder is being both able to hold the belief, to think about where it is you want to be doing and want to be going, but also be smart enough that you're essentially listening to criticism, negative feedback, competitive entries, where you're kind of going, okay, is this changing my investment thesis? Is this changing what I'm planning on doing? It doesn't mean you lose confidence. You have the confidence, but you also essentially have the peril. Again, in this kind of thing of how do you put these two things together, Should I focus internally, build the product, ignore the world, ignore competitors, or should I focus externally? Should I be recruiting? Should I be meeting people? Should I be gathering network intelligence? Again, the answer is both. And the reason why I'm focusing on these kind of it's both rather than either or is because part of what makes a great founder is the ability to be flexible across these lines, to sometimes be 90% one way, sometimes be 80% the other way, be executing the judgment on what does the current problem look like? How is it that when I'm trying to solve this, that I should say, this is what we should be doing, and how should I be dividing the work? And part of, when you think about these things, and you should say, like, this is another one that's kind of classic, is people say, well, I'm really motivated by data, it's what customers say, I have user groups, you know, a lot of entrepreneurial methodologies, lean, other kinds of things we talk about is like, gather the data, be guided on the data. Well, actually, in fact, data only exists within the framework of a vision that you're building to, a hypothesis of where you're moving to. And the data can even be negative, and you can think, well, actually, in fact, this negative data means that I need to change or alter the way that I'm thinking about something, but I actually keep on a specific vision about what I'm doing. And by the way,
Ranger at least.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
I mean, UPS and FedEx don't even have doors, so they don't have AC. I delivered pizza all summer, it was fine. Turning my car off. Yeah. I mean, Minnesota gets pretty warm. It gets like 35. Yeah.
That is like good summer. It's much. Get there.
No, not usually.
What? Well, I guess you. But like what? What?
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Shut down. Rampage. Minions have spawned.
Ramble.
Lugging the trash down a 6th floor walk up when it bursts open right as you reach the dumpster, or it could strike the second that you realize the change machine at the laundromat is broken, or maybe it hits when you receive some life-altering news. The first thing to do after an out-of-apartment experience is to start your search for a new place on apartments.com. They've helped millions of renters find their perfect place to live, whether it's an apartment, townhome, condo, or even a house. And with their 3D virtual tours, you can scour every inch of a listing because sometimes 2 dimensions aren't enough. The features don't end there. Apartments.com also has powerful search tools that will help you find a place that meets all of your requirements. So when you're having one of those moments, take a moment and check out apartments.com, the place to find a place. Hello. Today's drink of the day is a cold brew. Nothing crazy. You guys are used to it by now. I just mainly drink cold brew. That's pretty much my drink of the day every week. But I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's my favorite drink. At some point, my drink of the day will switch up. You know what I mean? I go through phases with stuff. At some point, though, there's going to be a riveting change. I'm excited for that day to come. But for right now, it's cold brew, and it's every day. So I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about me. Yay! But no, listen, we're going to be talking about me because I've been analyzing myself recently. I'm somebody that loves analyzing people. It's my favorite thing to do. I love it. I love analyzing people's behavior. There's nothing that is more exciting to me than just trying to understand how other people think and function. It's just very interesting to me. But that doesn't stop at other people. That also applies to myself. I also analyze myself in third person, which is kind of weird, but I do that sometimes. And recently I've been analyzing my own behavior, and I've been realizing that I've been a little bit crazy. I've been kind of in my YOLO era recently. I've just been saying YOLO to everything recently. Not like verbally saying YOLO, like not in conversation am I saying YOLO. I would never do that. I actually am kind of doing that right now, but I refuse to, use the word YOLO in a conversation because there's possibly no worse word. But at the same time, I don't have a better word to use to describe my recent behavior. I've been YOLOing recently. Okay, it's weird. Also, I should clarify for those of you who are over 50 and don't know what YOLO means. YOLO means you only live once. Now that that's out of the way. I have been living by my own mental rule book for my whole life. And very few times have I strayed away from it. I mean, I have, but I just always followed my own rule book that I have set for myself. And some of the rules are things that are non-negotiable. Those mainly being moral rules that I have for myself. Like, don't treat people like shit. Don't lie to people unless it's for something cute, like a surprise birthday party. Those things are non-negotiable. But there are some things in my mental rule book that are less severe and less serious that I've been living by for my whole life. For example, I'm never going to get tattoos. Like, that's always been something that's been in my rule book. I've just always said, Emma, that's not your thing. You're never going to get tattoos. End of story. It's just not you. But recently, I've been kind of going against my own rule book and saying YOLO. And it's so weird because it's just so unlike me. But it's actually been really fun. And so I wanted to talk about some of my YOLOing recently. Because, I don't know, let's just analyze my own behavior in third person. I know that we're talking about me, but I'm able to fully remove myself from myself and talk about myself in third person. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to be talking about me going against the rule book I've lived by my whole life, and why it's actually been fun and exciting, and why I think I need to loosen up on the less serious elements of my own mental rule book. So, the first thing I did was get 10 tattoos. Obviously, I just mentioned that one of the rules in my rule book was that I was never going to get tattoos, and then now you see me, and suddenly I have 10. I would like to explain myself. So, for my whole life, I always believed that tattoos were not for me for many reasons. Number one, they're too permanent, and I'm too indecisive. I change my mind constantly. I'm always shifting my views and opinions on things because I think that that's healthy, If you stick to one opinion or one ideology on something for your whole life, you're never going to grow. I think you got to be constantly evolving your beliefs and things like that. And your taste as well. Your taste should be evolving as you grow up. And all of that heavily ties into tattoos because a lot of times when you get a tattoo, it's a direct representation of your ideas, your beliefs, and your taste. And because that's something that, for me, is constantly changing, why would I get a permanent stamp of something on my body that represents me in one blip of time if that's just not going to stand the test of time? Why would I do that? Number two, getting tattoos removed seems like a serious bitch. So that element of it is not worth it. Getting a tattoo and then me hating it down the line and then having to get it removed sounds like something I don't want to deal with. Number three, tattoos are very trendy. If you look back in history to how tattoos have evolved and how there have been trends with tattoos, like how there's been trends with clothing, that's kind of frightening because trends come and go, right? And so if you get a trendy tattoo, it might not be cute in 20 years because that trend is over and there's a whole new set of trends. So you can't really trust the trend cycle of tattoos to stand the test of time. And last but not least, I don't know if tattoos match my personality. I associate tattoos with like badass cool kids, and I don't really see myself like that as much as I'd like to, and as much as a little bit of myself probably got the tattoos so that I would look cooler to strangers. I don't know if I'm ready to admit that to myself yet, but I know that deep down in there somewhere I wanted to get tattoos so that people would think I looked cooler. Because for whatever reason, people with tattoos look cooler. Like if I see somebody with tattoos, I'm like, wow, they're so cool. And I'd like to believe it's because of, their demeanor or something like that, but I really do think that subconsciously we look at people with tattoos and are like, wow, what a badass. You know what I mean? I don't know why it is. I hate it. I hate to admit it, but it's true. Anyway. Yeah, I just never felt like tattoos matched my personality. And people have told me in the past, they're like, yeah, you don't really strike me as a tattoo girl. So that always stuck with me. But simultaneously, as I've held these beliefs about tattoos in regards to myself, I've also always brainstormed what I would get if I ever would get a tattoo. And so, for fun, sometimes I would think about like what I would get if I ever were to get a tattoo. And I kept these ideas stored away in my brain just for fun, I never thought I would get them. It just never seemed like a me thing. But then one day, 8 months ago, I was laying in bed in a hotel room, and I was on Pinterest, scrolling through my feed, looking at random stuff. And all of a sudden, I saw a photo of a girl with a bunch of tattoos. And I was like, I don't want a bunch of tattoos. But I actually do want tattoos. And I hadn't thought about it in a long time, but just seeing a photo of somebody with tattoos just, brought the thought of tattoos to the forefront of my head. And I was like, you know what? I really do want tattoos. And I have, 15 ideas that I've been just storing in the back of my head for my whole life. And the fact that I've stored them in the back of my head for my whole life and they've never changed, you know what I mean? Is a sign that these actually might be tattoos that will stand the test of time. It's possible. I kind of want to do it. Why not, right? And I just had this epiphany. I was like, I actually kind of do want it. I kind of do want them. So anyway, I made an appointment very spontaneously. And a few weeks later, I went and I got 2 tattoos. One dedicated to my mom and one dedicated to my dad. And my thought process behind getting these very simple, not overly stylized tattoos in honor of my parents was that these will never get old to me. They're not super trendy. They're just very simple tattoos that are dedicated to my parents. And no matter what happens between me and my parents in my life, they're always going to be my parents and they're always going to mean a lot to me. And so I was like, this is the perfect balance for a tattoo. It's something that is meaningful to me, but also it's not too serious. My tattoos aren't these serious quotes, that have potential to get corny. They're also not huge. They're pretty tiny, and so they're not super obvious necessarily. And they do really mean something to me. And I was like, okay, this is actually a balance that I feel comfortable with. This is a balance that I think actually could stand the test of time and won't be something that I regret. I also decided to get all of my tattoos inside of my arms, on the inside of my arms, so that they're not super visible. They're only visible if my arms are lifted up and I'm moving my arms. Otherwise, they're not visible. And that's comfortable for me because I'm like, all right, these are things that I can cover up. Like if I want to wear a long sleeve shirt, you can't even see them, etc. And so after getting these first 2, I was like, all right, I'm done for a while. And then 8 months went by, and then I was like, okay, I'm actually going to get 8 more. Now you might be thinking, Emma, why did you decide to get 8 more in one day? Well, because I really just felt like, why don't I just get all of the ideas I've ever had at once? Why not? You know what I mean? I've had all these ideas my whole life. Why not just get them all at once? So about a week ago, I got 8 new tattoos, basically checking off the list of all of the tattoo ideas I've ever had. And now I have 10. And it all happened really fast. But all of them are meaningful. Truly. They might not seem like it on the outside. Like if you were to look at them, you'd be like, I don't really know what that means. But to me, they mean something, right? They're all very simple. None of them are super trendy or extravagant. They're all very simple, hand-drawn looking, doodle almost looking tattoos. that aren't very serious. You know, they're not super serious, and I'm into it. You know, and honestly, nobody's treated me differently in public. I was honestly expecting for people to be like, "Oh my god, I'm super intimidated by you because of all your tattoos." Anyway, like, can I take your order at like a restaurant? I've been expecting that type of shift in opinion towards me. Hasn't happened, unfortunately. But I do really like them because I do feel like they represent stamps of my childhood and stamps of the impactful things that my parents have done for me. What? I don't know. They represent, you know, impactful moments throughout my life, mainly in regards to my parents, but also some of them being just for me personally on my own life journey. And they're all things that I just think will never lose their meaning because they are so personal. And so, you know what? I'm happy about them. And if I do at some point regret them, I cross that bridge when I get to it. But right now, I really like them. And it's not like no thought went into it. There was definitely a lot of thought that went into it. But the actual decision to pull the trigger and to get them was kind of spontaneous. But I think that it's okay because at the end of the day, it's not that big of a fucking deal. I think I always look at something like tattoos as like, this will permanently change my identity and this will permanently change who I am forever. Not really. It's just a goddamn tattoo. Everyone has them. Who cares? And also, I want them. I wanted them before I got them. And even though it did go against my own personal rulebook, it's okay for your own personal rulebook to change over time. So now I have a bunch of tattoos, and I'm fucking badass because of it. For no other reason, though. I am not a badass in any other way except for now that I have tattoos. So I just want you to know that, for the record. But it was definitely weird behavior on my part to just like decide all of a sudden to get a bunch of tattoos. I don't know, but in my defense, they're all meaningful, and I'm actually stoked about them, and I think it's actually a fun way to express yourself. You know what I mean? Because I think it is a reflection of kind of your taste and your priorities in life and things like that. So now I'm a tattoo girl. I'm already like ready to get more, but I promise I'm not going to get out of control. I only ever want to do tattoos on the insides of my arms and then call it a day. That's kind of where I'm drawing the line. But anyway, super weird that I had this impulse to get all these tattoos, but I haven't had any regrets so far. I think if you are thinking about getting a tattoo, my advice to you would be, number one, to get something that's truly meaningful. Number two, to get something that's extremely personal, because then, you know, this is all in order to avoid regretting it later. Number three, to choose a style of tattoo that is, in your opinion, you know, timeless. To try to not follow tattoo trends and to rather go your own way and do something that is kind of uniquely you, in a way, or something that's kind of simple and will never get old, right? That's another approach. And last but not least, take your time to really think about it. Like, I think if you do all of those things, you have a pretty good chance of not regretting it. I think the regret comes in when you get a tattoo for like the wrong reasons. You know, you get a tattoo because you want to fit in, and so you get something trendy, and it may be something that's not that meaningful, and something that's sort of a sign of the times rather than a sign of you forever, right? I think that's where the regret comes in. But I think if you follow the tips I just gave, you're probably good to go. So yeah, that's me saying YOLO with tattoos. I have always loved piercings since I was younger, and unfortunately, I'm somebody who doesn't take very good care of my piercings, and so they usually don't heal properly, and then I have to get them re-pierced. So I've probably gotten my ears pierced at this point 30 times in my life, and to date, my best experience getting my ears pierced was at Studs. I just got my ears pierced about a week ago at Studs, and it was amazing. If any of you guys are looking to upgrade your ear piercings and earrings, you have to check out Studs. They actually invented the term earscaping, which is the art and science of styling all your ear piercings and mixing and matching styles. Studs pierces with needles, never guns, so the piercing experience is very, very high quality and safe. And the great thing about Studs is that they not only handle piercings, but they also offer a huge selection of really unique and beautiful jewelry. You can shop online, or they have studios in LA, New York City, Austin, Nashville, Miami, and Boston. Studs is ready to help you with your earscaping experience. If you go to studs.com/MMA, you'll automatically get 20% off your first order. This is their best offer. That's STUDS.com/MMA. Go check it out. I just went to their New York location and got 2 or 3 ear piercings. I don't even remember. 2. And it was my best piercing experience to date, and I got very, very cute earrings. So go check out Studs. You won't regret it. Any Tutorials is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Relationships take work. A lot of us will drop literally anything to go help somebody that we care about. We'll go out of our way to do other people well, but we don't do that for ourselves. And this month, BetterHelp Online Therapy wants to remind you to take care of your most important relationship, the one that you have with yourself. BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy, and you can be matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Whether it's hitting the gym, making time for a haircut, or even trying therapy, you are your greatest asset, so invest the time and effort into yourself like you do for other people. I recently just tried therapy again. This is not I literally a week ago, or was it 6 days ago? 6 days ago, I talked to a therapist again. It's been a long time. I have never really found, you know, my person. And I've been very impatient, and I've been very stubborn, and I have given up quickly. But I just got back on the bandwagon about 6 days ago and talked to a therapist again. And it actually went really well. It was possibly the best meeting with a therapist I've ever had. And I feel like she could be the one. I don't know. I don't, but I'm happy that I did that because, you know, there's stuff I got to get out of my system, and I need to talk about. And sometimes I can't talk about certain things to the people who are close to me, and I need an outside source. And so, you know, that's why I'm giving therapy a go again, and I'm excited about it. Give it a try and see why over 2 million people have used BetterHelp online therapy. Anything Goes is sponsored by BetterHelp, and you guys can get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/anything. That's BETTERHELP.com/anything. Next area of my life that I've been saying YOLO is getting rid of pretty much everything that I own that I don't need. I have been in the process of moving for the past few months. It's kind of a complicated process. I'm moving from a temporary rental into a permanent home that I'm going to live in indefinitely. And that process has been taking a lot longer than I expected just because there's some construction going on and there's some, you know, delays in furniture being delivered and stuff like that. So it's been taking a very long time. But throughout this process of me moving, I've had a lot of time to really analyze everything that I own and rethink everything that I own. And through doing that, I realized that my priorities have been all out of whack for my whole life. Now let me explain. When I was growing up, I didn't grow up with an excess of stuff. Like, I grew up with the perfect amount of things that I needed to survive. And that is all you need as a human being, truly. If you have resources to be fed, clothed, go to school, get an education, feel safe and comfortable, then that's all that matters. That is the most incredible thing to have in life. And gratitude for those things is so important. But when I was growing up, I was like, I want more. You know? I think a lot of young people feel that way, right? They're like, I want more. And so when I was younger, I was like, I want more. Like, yeah, I have what I need to be comfortable and safe, but I'm a little asshole and I want more. Because I didn't understand. You know, I think you don't understand what good priorities are until you're older, which is, I guess, I try to forgive myself for my own shitty priorities as a young person. But I always was like, I want a massive walk-in closet full of clothes. I want an entire vanity filled with the nicest makeup. I want the nicest car and the nicest this and the nicest that. Like, I want to live that life. I want an excess of stuff. I don't want just like the bare minimum to survive. I want excess. And I always craved that. And I always saw that as the epitome of success, as one does, right? And so when I started making my own money, I was like, I also now want excess, right? I have the money to buy whatever, you know, I want now. Not whatever I want, but like I have money now to kind of choose what I want to buy. It's not based on my parents anymore. And so when I first started making money, I was definitely not reckless because I definitely knew that I needed to be careful. But I definitely started buying a lot of things that I didn't need. You know, I started buying so many clothes. That was the first thing because I've always been somebody that loved clothes and I always wanted more clothes. And I always felt like I didn't have enough clothes. And so that was the first thing I did. And it wasn't even about how expensive the clothing was. It was about having a lot of clothes. So even if I bought a shirt from Goodwill that was $5, it didn't matter. I just wanted a lot of clothes. And so over the years, I've accumulated a lot of stuff, especially clothes, but makeup, hair products, whatever it may be. I've accumulated so much stuff because when I first started making money, I was like, I'm going to make these dreams come true, right? And when I had a moment recently where I reflected on all of my belongings, I realized a few things. Number one, none of this shit matters. None of it made me feel good. None of it made me happy. Yeah, it maybe was enjoyable for brief moments, but it never brought me as much joy as I thought it would. Now that was thing number one that I realized. Number two, I realized that this excess of stuff that I own is actually making me anxious. It's making me feel overwhelmed. And I've talked to quite a few people about this concept because I was like, you know, it's so weird because I always felt like if I had a bunch of stuff, my life would be easier, right? I would never ever stress out about picking out an outfit again. I would never run out of a lipstick to use. I would always have a bunch of lipsticks to use if I'm going out to dinner. It would make my life easier. I always thought that. But then what I found was it actually makes me feel overwhelmed and stressed out. When I go into my closet, I don't even know. I'm like, I feel overwhelmed by all of this stuff. I have, you know, stuff I never want to wear again mixed with things from that don't even fit me anymore. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I have so much stuff that I just feel overwhelmed. And, you know, it makes me actually stressed out. And that was the other thing I realized. And I was like, how ironic is that? That I believed my whole life that having whatever I want, having an excess of stuff would just make my life feel complete. And now I'm just more stressed out and uncomfortable and I just feel overwhelmed and anxious by the excess of it all. And last but not least, I realized the reason why I hadn't been giving it all away was because I was holding on to this feeling that I had when I was a child that these things were going to bring some sort of meaning or happiness to my life. And so I think I was holding on to all this stuff that I've been collecting over the years because I was like, this is supposed to make you happy, but it's not yet. But maybe if you hold on to all of it, at some point it'll have some meaning. And so I was holding on to it. But recently, as I've been moving and reflecting on all this stuff that I own, and it's all been in front of me in boxes, I've been like, you know what? YOLO, I'm getting rid of everything. Not everything, but I'm getting rid of as much as I possibly can. And you know, the great thing about realizing that maybe you had a lapse in life, and you maybe made money for the first time in your life, and you bought a bunch of things that you now feel like are unnecessary for your well-being. You know, there's a positive thing that you can do with that stuff, and that is the YOLO. You know what I mean? And so that has been the silver lining, at least for me, because I felt this guilt. I was like, what did you do, Emma? You know what I mean? Like, you have so much stuff, and you were wrong about how that was going to impact you in life. But I do think that the silver lining is that, you know, you can donate. There's so many incredible places to donate things that you no longer need. And so I've been utilizing those resources as much as possible just to, you know, give my stuff to people who are actually going to appreciate it. And that's a really beautiful thing to me. But I think that letting go of all of this stuff and admitting to myself that it was kind of a waste of my energy and time and money and it means nothing, admitting that to myself and then saying YOLO and getting rid of it has been a journey for me. But I will say that it's been a great experience for me because, number one, I realized truly for the first time in my life that the only thing that really matters is your health, your safety, and the health and safety of those that are around you. And if you have the resources to make those things happen, then that's really all that matters. And that's all I should have ever prioritized. But I didn't know that, you know, when I was younger. And now I realize that. And it's been really good. But that's definitely, I don't know if that's, I guess that is me saying YOLO. Me saying YOLO is like, you only live once. If you want to get rid of all the shit that you own and start over, YOLO, you know? I'm not getting rid of everything because I still have a lot of things that are sentimental to me or whatever. But, you know, it's really putting my foot down and saying, Emma, you don't need all of this shit. Only keep what you truly use and what you truly need, and the rest, you don't need it. Amen. Water is one of the most important things that we have. It's one of the fundamental needs, and because of that, it's even more important that our water is safe. It's time for water filtration that actually does stuff. The Life Straw Home is the only pitcher that removes bacteria, parasites, PFAS, and more than 30 other common contaminants from tap water. And it also makes your water taste way better. It has an award-winning sleek design made of hand-blown glass. Plus, it looks great sitting in your fridge or on the countertop, and it's super easy to maintain. Life Straw products cut out the need for single-use plastic bottles, so you're helping the environment as well when you're using this stuff. And Life Straw gives back. For every pitcher sold, a child in need receives a year of safe water. They're a certified B Corp that fights for the planet, and their Give Back program provides safe water for millions of children every year. Say goodbye to your grimy old water filter pitcher. It's time for an upgrade. Use code ANYTHINGGOES for an additional 15% off the purchase of any Life Straw home product at lifestraw.com. That's lifestraw.com and code ANYTHINGGOES for an additional 15% off the purchase of any Life Straw home. The next thing I've kind of been saying YOLO to is going to red carpet events. Okay, this is so weird for me to talk about because in my mental rule book, I've always believed that I don't belong at red carpet events. Okay? Like, no matter what, I don't belong at these events. I've just always believed that. That was always like something that was in the back of my head. I was like, Emma, you don't belong at these events, therefore, you should not go, ever. I mean, I had been going to fancy events here and there, but mainly for fashion-related stuff, like attending the Louis Vuitton fashion show every year over the past few years. But when it came to traditional red carpet events, I pretty much said no to all of them, kind of out of fear and feeling like I didn't belong, except for the Met Gala, because that was something that I just couldn't say no to because it was just too special. Even though I felt like I was like, oh no, like I'm surely not fancy enough for this. I decided to give it a chance by going to the Met Gala, and that kind of showed me like, okay, you know what? I might feel like I don't belong here a little bit. I might feel like I'm not fancy enough for this a little bit, but maybe I will give it a try. And then more recently, I've been like, you know what? Let's give it all a try. And maybe it can be something that aligns with me and who I am. The reason why I've never felt like I belonged at these events was because, number one, you know, I don't take myself that seriously. And the whole sort of narrative around red carpet events is that they're very prestige and they're very serious and they're very intense and they're only for, you know, the most sophisticated people. And I just don't believe that I am that. I'm like, listen, I know I'm not some sort of, like, I do my best to be classy in the areas that I need to be classy, but I'm not like some sort of sophisticated, preppy person. Like, I'm just not that. And so, you know, in that way, I've always felt like I just don't fit in. But also, number two, I don't feel comfortable dressing up, or at least I never did in the past. I've always seen myself as a very casual person and as a very approachable, casual, not fancy person. And again, red carpet events showcase people in their fanciest outfits, in their fanciest hair and makeup, with their fanciest poses when they're on the red carpet. And I just never felt like I have any of that unlocked, you know? I've always felt really uncomfortable dressed up in fancy outfits. I remember going to high school formal, and that was obviously a formal event where we were to wear dresses and dress up. And I remember shopping for dresses for that and just feeling like nothing fit me. I always felt like nothing felt right. I felt like I wasn't being myself. I've never really felt myself when I'm dressed up. But within the past year, I've been more open to saying, you know, I might not feel like I fit into these events. I might not feel like I'm fancy enough for these events, blah, blah, blah. But I'm curious about them. And I can't say no to everything, right? Like, maybe I give it a try. And so I've been, you know, saying yes to more red carpet events where I need to dress up and be fancy and do the whole thing. And it's been really interesting because what I'm realizing about, you know, the concept of getting all fancy for an event is that I don't think anybody feels truly themselves when they're all glammed up like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone does. I think that it's all kind of an act. It's all kind of a show that's put on. It's not like all these people walking the red carpet are showing up like, yes, this is my true self. Me in this, you know, extremely expensive gown that I'm renting and all of this jewelry. Like, I don't think anybody's showing up and feeling like that's truly who they are. I think everybody feels a little bit like they are in a costume and like they're sort of an imposter. I think that everybody feels like that. I haven't necessarily talked about this with a lot of other people, but I can just tell by the demeanor that I think everybody's kind of just acting like they got it all figured out. I don't really think that's the case. And once I realized that everybody's just kind of putting on a show. And that's the fun of it. I was like, you know what? I kind of get it now. I've always felt like there was something about these events that I didn't understand, that I can't understand. Like, there's only a handful of people in this world that can attend these events, and it makes sense, you know? Like, it's for only the most sophisticated, only the most fancy people. But the truth is, I think everybody is just going to these sorts of red carpet events to have fun and play dress up. I really think it's that simple. And when I started to look at it like that, I was like, I love the idea of playing dress up. Because that's completely different than showing up to an event and saying, this is truly who I am in this fancy outfit. This is truly me. That's fake, right? But showing up to the event and saying, I'm just playing dress up for the night. Like, this isn't who I truly am. Who I truly am is like a normal person that like is a human being and isn't perfect and is just like a normal, boring person, right? Like, I actually don't think that anybody's even trying necessarily to seem like they are all that. I think everybody's just having fun dressing up for the night. And everybody knows that deep down, that's not who they truly are. And I think seeing that, you know, other people aren't taking it so seriously was really kind of cool for me, because I was like, okay, wait, this is just an event where people are playing dress up for fun. And that's something I can get behind, because I can fit into that narrative, you know what I mean? I can't fit into the narrative of me being a fancy, sophisticated, you know, perfect person showing up to a red carpet. I can't fit that narrative. But I can fit the narrative of being a normal human being who's just playing dress up for the night. And there is space for that at these events. And so I've been saying yes to it and just like enjoying playing dress up. And I really enjoy it. I actually do. I mean, don't get me wrong, it gets to my head a little bit sometimes because, you know, it's hard not to obsess over what you look like at these events or what people are saying about your outfit. It's hard not to obsess about those things. But at the end of the day, I do think that there's a part of me that enjoys feeling fancy every once in a while. And I think that you can feel fancy and sophisticated while still feeling like yourself, because deep down you can know that you're still yourself even if you're in a fancy outfit, you're at a fancy event. I think I worried that I would either show up to these events and not fit in at all, or I would show up to these events and accidentally change who I was so that I could fit in. I think I was fearful that one of those two things would happen. But I've been happy to see that there's room to, you know, be yourself and fit in to a certain extent.
Why put off having fun until you finally have that fun time you're feeling about? You already feel like you're going to enjoy exactly when you want it. With Best Fiends, you can have a little fiendish fun anytime, anywhere, with an exciting mobile puzzle adventure game. It's easy to pick up and play, whether it's for a few minutes here and there, or if that free time does roll around, you can have a fiend-tastic marathon. With thousands of exciting levels and new events year-round, Best Fiends is a fresh adventure every week. And you'll never be stranded without fun, because you can play without an internet connection. There are dozens of unique characters. As you collect more of them, you'll customize your team to beat every challenging puzzle that comes your way. You can even level up your characters as you progress throughout the game. You earn your fun time. Download Best Fiends free on the App Store or Google Play. Plus, get $5 of in-game rewards when you reach level 5. That's Best Fiends on the App Store or Google Play. Friends without the R. Best Fiends.
The next way I've been saying YOLO is that I haven't paid for street parking in literally like 6 months. In Los Angeles, it's really hard to find parking. And a lot of the times when you find parking, you have to pay for it. I'm too lazy to take out my credit card and to pay for parking. So 9 times out of 10, I don't pay for parking. And 9 times out of 10, I don't get a ticket. It's kind of turned into this game that I'm playing with parking enforcement, where I'm not paying and they're not catching me, but they might catch me at some point. And I'm loving the game of it. But I just kind of enjoy the adrenaline. Like, the other day, I parked in a 20-minute parking spot that you're supposed to pay for. And not only did I park there for an hour and a half, but I also didn't pay. That is a double risk for a ticket. I don't care. I didn't get a ticket. It's YOLO. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I've not been paying for parking, and I've been living life on the edge. This is like a daily encounter for me. I just felt like I'd throw this in there because I have been saying YOLO in that way, and so I thought it was relevant. Anyway, those are pretty much all the ways that I've been saying YOLO recently. Kind of in my YOLO era, okay? You know, getting tattoos, getting rid of like a lot of the stuff that I own for once and for all, saying yes to red carpet events, not paying for parking. I mean, all of these things are things that I've just never done before. I always said no to tattoos. I always felt like I needed to hold on to everything I owned because I thought it would bring value to my life, you know? I always said no to red carpet events because I felt like it wasn't me, and I couldn't be myself and be there. And I always paid for street parking. But I don't know. I think it's okay for your own personal rule book to change and evolve over time. I think that as you grow up and as you learn more about the world, it's okay to realize, like, hey, you know what? Maybe this rule that I have in my rule book doesn't fit anymore, and I'm going to change it. And I've always been afraid of doing that because I think I've always felt like if I stray away from the rules I've been living by my whole life, that I won't be me anymore. That's not true. And I think to a certain extent, you know, living by a certain set of ideals is important for, you know, staying grounded. I think that if you stick to it too hard, then life loses spontaneity and excitement. And there's actually not room for growth at all. It's almost like you need to find a perfect balance of sticking to who you are and sticking to those rules, but also being open to shifting your own rules if it makes sense to do so. I think that I've always struggled with having limiting beliefs, feeling like I'm not cool with tattoos, feeling like I don't want that so much, or I don't belong at red carpet events because I'm not fancy enough, I'm not cool. And even though, you know, I like some dressing, I don't really know. I've always lived by these limiting beliefs. But I think the truth is that that just holds you back from experiencing life to the fullest. And if you can let go of those limiting beliefs that are holding you back from trying new things and doing what you really want to do, then I think that life becomes a lot more fun. And that's all I got for you guys today. Thank you so much for listening. I love hanging out. I'll be back next week to talk about more stuff. Who knows what it's going to be? I don't know yet. But thank you for listening. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. You can follow Anything Goes, subscribe to Anything Goes on any platform that you stream podcasts. You can leave a review on Apple Podcasts if you like. You can follow Anything Goes on Twitter at AG Podcast and on Instagram at Anything Goes. You can check out my coffee company, chamberlaincoffee.com, or at Chamberlain Coffee on Instagram. What else? That's all the promo I got for myself. Thank you for listening, and we'll talk soon. Bye, y'all.
Ramble.
Have you ever had one of those moments where you realize that it's time to find a new place? At Apartments.com, they call it an out-of-apartment experience. Maybe you're lugging trash down a 6th floor walk-up when it bursts open for mention a week ago. You heard that back of the episode. Hitting rock without being a pushover. How to stop being a yes man. How to stop letting people walk all over you. How to stand up for yourself without feeling guilty. All of this is today's episode. I'm going to be giving some advice. I'm going to be telling you about my journey as to how I stopped being a pushover yes man and why I think it's an important thing to work on. And we all are on different parts of this journey. You know what I mean? Some people were never they always sit up for themselves. They don't have an issue. Some people struggle with this severely on a daily basis, and it controls their life. And some people are a little bit in the middle. So, you know, take all of this advice with a grain of salt, and let's discuss. So I want to start by giving some examples of how I used to be kind of a pushover and a yes man in my everyday life. A good example would be that I never used to enforce having people pay me back. Like, let's say I go to dinner with a group of people, and we would agree that we were going to split dinner. If somebody, you know, would forget their card or forget their wallet or something like that, I would always be the one that ended up paying. And they would always say, you know, oh, I'll pay you back, I swear, I swear. And then they wouldn't. And when I was younger, I didn't have an income. You know, I was spending my parents' money when I would go out to eat with my friends or something like that. I didn't have a job, you know, so like I'm not spending my own money. And so when someone else does something like that, they're not paying my parents back. You know what I'm saying? Like this wasn't my money to be spending, right? So my parents would be like, hey, like, can we be paid back for this dinner that you know, paid for or whatever? And I would be too scared to ask my friends to pay me back, even though, you know, I know their family situation. They could have. It wasn't like, because I'm not somebody who ever has been like, oh, I'm not paying for someone's meal. Ever. Even if they need help. Like, no, if somebody needed help and they needed, you know, need to pay for their dinner and that was the situation, like, I would do that in a heartbeat. My parents would do that in a heartbeat. No question asked. But if somebody just isn't paying you back just because they don't want to, or they don't feel like it, or they're too lazy, or they forgot, that's not an excuse. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuse for that. And if it was agreed upon, then, you know, that's a totally different situation. But I used to never ask anyone to pay me back. And, you know, that didn't really directly hurt me and hurt my parents, which is shittier for them. But I just never could get myself to do it because I was so scared that they were going to get mad at me, that they were going to think I was being annoying, that I was going to be that girl that asked to be paid back. And I just, like, couldn't bear to do it. Another example of me being a pushover when I was younger would be when I would be at a store, let's say a Barnes & Noble, and I would be picking up a few books for school. And I would be checking out and purchasing the books. And the cashier checking me out would say, hey, do you want to sign up for a Barnes & Noble credit card? You'll get 10% off of your purchase now, and moving forward, you know, you'll get coupons in your email every week, whatever. I literally did not know how to say no to these things when I was younger. Like, if somebody would ask me that, I would not know what to do. And half the time, I would use the excuse that my mom didn't let me sign up for promotional deals. But if that wasn't flying and the cashier wasn't taking no for an answer, I would end up like signing up for things and then having to like make my mom cancel the memberships or the credit cards or the loyalty programs later because I could not say no. Could not say no. I felt too bad and I was scared. I was like, well, what if, you know, this cashier like makes a commission off of this? And what if they're really struggling and I don't know? And like, I was stressed out and I was just so bad. So I ended up signing up for shit and then canceling it a week later. I also feel like I used to let people take advantage of my kindness a lot when I was younger. Like, people would go out of their way to ask me for a ride somewhere, or ask me to cover their dinner, or ask me to, you know, let them borrow clothes that they were never going to take or anything in that sort. Like I think a lot of people used to kind of prey on me a little bit. Not intentionally. I'm not saying that everybody was out to get me, but I think that subconsciously, when I was younger, a lot of people would take advantage of me without even realizing that they were doing it because they were like, well, Emma says yes to everything, so let's just use that to our benefit. Like, see how far we can test the limit. I don't think anybody meant to do it. I'm not saying that because I don't think that anybody meant to do it. But I think that it happened just because people knew that I was such a pushover and such a yes man and I could not say no. And I would do whatever I could to just please everybody because I just didn't want conflict. I didn't want drama. I wanted everybody to be happy. And, you know, I'd rather inconvenience myself or put myself out than to have any kind of drama, right? The reason why I was so adamant about being as accommodating to everybody as possible was because I was living in fear of people being angry at me. And I don't know why that is, but I had this genuine fear growing up of people being angry at me. I was constantly avoiding anger at all costs. And I also was living in constant fear of people turning on me as well. Now, again, I don't know what that stems from either, but I was living in this never-ending prison in my mind where I felt like I couldn't stand up for myself. I couldn't say no to anything. I couldn't make a selfish choice every once in a while because if I did, then people would be angry at me. People would turn on me. People wouldn't want to be my friend anymore. People wouldn't want to hang out with me anymore. And I would be alone, surrounded by people who were angry at me. And that was so scary to me that I just refused to even try to stand up for myself or try to say no every once in a while. It was also one of those things where I had lived my whole life as a pushover, just letting people push me around, walk all over me, you know, take advantage of me if they want, whatever. I had lived like that for my whole life. So I didn't know what would happen if I tried to say no. I didn't know what would happen if I tried to stand up for myself because I genuinely had never done it before. So I was like, this is an unknown. And in my imagination, I've convinced myself that if I shift my behavior in a way that's a little bit more self-serving, I'm going to be screwed. Like my life will be ruined and I will regret it, right? I think it also kind of relates to the confidence and self-respect that I had as a child. I think that I felt very unworthy as a child, just in general. I think a lot of children feel like that, but I just always felt like I needed to earn love and respect, right? Like I needed to earn kindness towards me and respect and love towards me. Like I needed to earn that. And in my mind, I felt like, okay, in order to earn that, I need to be the most agreeable, easygoing, yes, yes, yes person on the planet. I didn't feel confident that I had enough to offer to be able to say no every once in a while. I felt like I wasn't good enough to say no. I was like, oh, I'm not a valuable enough person to be able to say no if I want to. And, you know, I don't know why. I think most young people don't think of themselves as like the most amazing, perfect person on the planet. I think most young people feel really uncertain of who they are and really uncomfortable in their own skin. And I think that's a common issue, right? So I'm not saying that like this is like a very unique to me sort of situation. I think a lot of people can probably relate to that. But I think that for me personally, that's why I was such a pushover. But after years of being a pushover and just saying yes to everything and just trying to please everyone and living like this, I found that it had some negative effects on me personally. For one, it made my confidence plummet even more because as I continued to be a pushover, people kept pushing me over. And every time somebody would take advantage of me in some way, or I would say yes and inconvenience myself, my confidence would drop a little bit. I felt like there was a direct correlation between my confidence and whether or not I told the truth when somebody asked me, hey, can you do this for me? Or, hey, can you sign up for this membership at our store so that, you know, we can make more money? Like, every time I lied to those people and I said, yes, I can do this. Yes, I can do that for you. Yes, I can sign up for your scam of a membership. Sure. Yes, I can do that. And I lied to them. I would end up feeling like shit about myself because I started to see myself as someone who was almost dishonest because I was saying yes to everything when my real answer was no, I can't do that. Well, I could, but no, I don't want to do that. You know, I don't want to do that. That's not something I want to do. That's something that's very inconvenient for me and something that I don't want to do. Every time that I wouldn't say that, which was my truth, right? I would feel really bad about myself. So that wasn't very good. On top of that, I started to notice that every time somebody would ask me for a favor or something like that, and I would lie and say that it was something that I wanted to do, and then I would do that favor for that person, I would end up feeling angry at the person. Let's say, for example, my friend and I are going to a party, and my friend says, hey, can I borrow a pair of pants from you for this party? I don't want to let my friend borrow that pair of pants because those are my favorite pants. And if my friend wanted to wear any other pair of pants in my closet, sure, but not that pair because that is my favorite pair of pants. But let's say I said yes anyway because I just wanted to take the path of least resistance and I wanted to be easygoing and I wanted to be a yes man. And let's say I said yes. And then my friend wore those jeans, those pants, whatever, to the party that night. Even though I'm the one that let my friend wear those pants, for whatever reason, I would still find myself being angry at the friend. Which is actually unfair, right? Because my friend asked and said, hey, can I wear these pants? I said yes. As far as they know, those are just any other pair of pants in my closet. They don't mean anything to me. And then all of a sudden, my friend notices, why is Emma kind of being weird? Like, why is she kind of like angry at me or annoyed with me? I don't know. Like, what could it be? Like, I don't think anything's going on. Like, what's going on? In my head, I'm all pissed off that I'm letting my friend wear my pants because I didn't want that to happen. But yet, this was a whole self-inflicted issue. I could have just said, hey, you know what? Those are my favorite pants. I don't let anyone wear those, but like, you can wear this pair. I could have just said that in the moment. And then I wouldn't be resenting my friend, and my friend would still have a great pair of pants for the party. You see what I'm saying? By me being a pushover, I was then getting angry at others because I said yes when I didn't want to. And that's not fair because that's not their fault. I felt very out of control as well because, I mean, obviously I felt like a spineless idiot. I felt like I could just be pushed around, you know, in any which way, and I didn't have control over it. Because if somebody were to ask me if they could borrow $1,000, you know, I might say yes, even if I don't have $1,000 to give. And feeling like I'm out of control of my own responses made me feel very scared because I was like, I don't know how to handle these situations that are uncomfortable. I don't know how to say no, so I feel out of control. I also felt like I didn't know how to protect myself. I didn't even care to protect myself. I just let people do whatever they wanted to me. You know what I mean? Like, use my money, use my belongings, use my shoulder to cry on, whatever it may be. And whether I wanted to do it or not, I was going to do it regardless. And that was unsettling for me because it almost felt like I was living robotically and just doing whatever other people told me to do. And it just was not good because in a way, I think that humans, or at least some humans, kind of have a split brain. One side of your brain is your emotional side of your brain, and one side of your brain is your more logical side of your brain, right? And a lot of times, your emotional side will say, well, I just want to help everybody and be nice to everybody and do nice things for everybody. But then the logical side of your brain says, no, you can't always do that. Sometimes you need to prioritize yourself. Sometimes you need to put yourself first. Period. And, you know, you might have to say no every once in a while. You might have to say, that's not going to work for me every once in a while. You might have to say, no, thank you. I don't want to do that every once in a while. And that's okay. But for majority of my life, I didn't listen to the logical side of my brain as much as I should have. And the majority of the time, I was listening to, you know, the more emotional side of my brain that just wanted to help people and avoid any conflict or drama. When you're a Macy's Star Rewards member, you'll earn rewards on every purchase, gift cards, services, and fees. So rake in the rewards and use them on new pieces that'll bring pop to your wardrobe, whether it's a grown-up twist on jelly sandals or a chic take on the classic white tee. Macy's has got the trends that are as fresh as the new season. Personally, with the spring and summer seasons on the horizon, I'm really getting excited about skirts. And I am shocked by this because I've never been a skirt gal, but I'm really going to lean into skirts this season because they're so comfortable. They're like underrated. They're so comfortable. So I'm going to be picking up a lot of skirts. Head on over to Macy's.com/StarRewards. That's Macy's.com/StarRewards. Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. Stand out with a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell literally anything. Your products, content you create, and even your time. Squarespace makes it easy for creators to monetize their content and expertise in a way that fits their brand. With member areas, you can unlock a new revenue stream for your business and free up time in your schedule by selling access to gated content like videos, online courses, or newsletters. Create pro-level videos effortlessly. The Squarespace Video Studio app helps you make and share engaging videos to tell your story, grow your audience, and drive sales. Create a community on your Squarespace website with a fully integrated commenting system that supports sharing comments, replies, and likes. Use their powerful blogging tools to categorize, share, and schedule your posts too. Display posts from your social profiles on your website. Automatically push website content to your favorite social media channels so your followers can share it too. Check out squarespace.com/Emma for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Emma to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. The moment that I realized that something needed to change was that, number one, I found that I hated almost everyone. I still struggle with this now. I don't hate people, actually. Hate is, I don't know, hate's not a good word. But I didn't really like many people. So I found myself in this period of my life where, number one, I didn't like very many people. Number two, I avoided as many in-person contacts as possible. Like, for example, if I could order something to be delivered to my front door, I'm going to do that instead of going into a store. Unless it's a store like Whole Foods that has self-checkout. I would prefer to avoid human-to-human contact. And last but not least, people in my life were starting to say to me, Emma, you need to stop saying yes to everything. Like, people in my life were starting to be like, this is actually a problem. And they were bringing it up to me. And that was embarrassing to me. And those three things combined made me have this realization that I can't be living like this anymore. And something's got to change. I would say that, like, the first few months of really trying to be true to myself and tell the truth about what I want to do and what I don't want to do was the hardest, because it was like trying something completely new. You know, I had never said no when it was uncomfortable to say no. I'd always said yes, you know? And so I didn't really know what was going to happen, right? When I would tell somebody that I couldn't help them pay something, or that I needed them to pay me back for that vacation we went on, or that dinner we went to, or that pair of shoes that I let them borrow and they never gave back. Like, when I'd be asked to be paid back, when I would tell somebody that I was too tired to go to dinner and I needed to cancel. Whatever it may be. My first few months of saying no, finally, for the first time in my life, was very scary for me, because I expected people to be angry at me every time I would do it. And every time I would do it, I was scared. I was like, this is the time that someone's going to get mad at me. But you know what I found? No one got mad at me. Nobody got mad at me. When I would ask somebody to pay me back, when I would tell somebody that I'm too busy to hang out, when I would say that I don't have time to help them move this week because I have too much work to do, when I would say that I just don't have it in me emotionally to talk on the phone at a certain given moment. Like, when I started saying no, nothing bad happened. Everybody would just be like, oh, okay, no problem. Every time. I can't name one time when I've stood up for myself or asked for something or said no to something where someone's been angry. I can't name one time. Nobody got angry. Nobody's ever gotten angry. And that gave me confidence. I was like, wait a minute. People still want to be my friend. People still want to hang out with me. People still like me. People still think I'm a valuable person in their life, even when I say no. Or even when I'm not a pushover. And in fact, what was crazy was people actually started to respect me more. And they started to want to hang out with me more. And people just generally liked me more. And it was beautiful. And my confidence grew because I was like, you know what? I'm a valuable person in people's lives, even when I don't say yes to every single thing that they ask me for. Even when I stand up for myself and I don't always let other people get their way, they still like me. Even if they don't get their way with something in regards to me, because I didn't want to do something, they still like me. You know, I'm not just a valuable person in people's lives because I'm a pushover. Holy shit, wow, this is awesome. And it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. I was like, wow, I mean, it was life-changing for me. And I think really what it all comes down to, when it comes to standing up for yourself in life, is delivery. How do you stand up for yourself? In a way that is respectful and kind and rational. It's all about the delivery. Because let's use an example here. Let's say your friend didn't pay you back for you, and you want them to pay you back. You have two ways of going about getting it. One way will make your friend angry, and one way will make your friend feel neutral. And they'll just be like, oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I forgot to pay you back. Okay, here's the money. You know what I mean? If you want to make your friend angry, approach them with a frustrated tone. Be like, okay, dude, like, you didn't pay me back. Like, it's been a week, and, like, you told me you'd pay me back the night that we went to dinner. You never paid me back. What the fuck? Okay, now your friend's going to get defensive and be like, whoa, they're going to feel attacked, and then they're going to get angry, and then there will be an argument. But if you go to your friend and you say, like, hey, I haven't seen the Venmo payment come through for dinner last week, comma, it's no worries, just let me know. I mean, that's so chill. That's a text message version. Or in person, just be like, hey, by the way, like, no rush on paying me back for dinner, but just, you know, wasn't sure if, like, you forgot or the payment didn't go through or whatever. You know, you can go about it in a way that's, like, nice. You know what I'm saying? My favorite thing to do is be like, hey, like, no worries at all, but, like, I just want to make sure that you didn't send the payment to the wrong person. Like, I'm looking out for you, but I didn't get paid back yet, so I'm just, like, wondering if you, like, paid that wrong person. That would be so bad, and, like, you need to check up on that because you don't want your money in some random person's bank account. That would be so bad, right? Like, I'm just looking out for you. But yeah, it doesn't show that you paid me back, so you probably accidentally paid back someone else. Oh no, wait, that's so bad. You're gonna need to get that money back. You're welcome for helping me. I'm hoping you notice that. But I still kind of like beating around the bush a little bit. Sorry, but yeah, as long as you deliver things with kindness and rationality and peace, nothing bad's gonna come of it. And you standing up for yourself is only going to help others respect you even more. And also help people understand what you are willing and are not willing to do. If you're constantly lying to yourself and to others about things that you're willing to do, then other people are going to start to think, oh, well, Emma doesn't mind driving me to and from work every day, you know, because my car is in the shop. Emma doesn't mind doing that. It's not an inconvenience because she keeps saying yes, so it's probably fine. When deep down you're like, this is a huge inconvenience in my day. I don't have the time to be driving this person to and from work every day while their car's in the shop, but I'm doing it because I don't want to say no, and it's really inconveniencing me, and I've been late to work 3 times this week because of, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're honest with yourself and everybody else, good things will come. And there's only good that can come from it. I think especially in relationships, this is huge, because I know that it's one thing to stand up for yourself in real life, with your friends, with your family, with strangers on the street, but it is the hardest to stand up for yourself in relationships, in my opinion, because when love enters the equation, you know, you turn a little bit softer than usual, a little bit more vulnerable than usual, a little bit more agreeable than usual, especially in the beginning of a relationship. I would say this applies in the beginning of a relationship. For some, throughout an entire relationship, it just depends on you. But I know that for me, I was such a pushover in my first few relationships. I said yes to everything and anything and everything. I would help them out, do things I didn't want to do, agree with things that they would say that I didn't agree with, blah, blah, blah. Just because I wanted them to continue to like me. And I felt like if I wasn't on the same page as them, saying yes to everything that they would ask me to do for them, that they would no longer like me and everything would go in the trash can. But the funny thing is that in my first few relationships, the guys did not respect me, like, at all. And, you know, they should have anyway. You know, like, it's like one of those things where I was kind of at fault, but also they were kind of at fault in a way. They were at fault because you should just respect people no matter what, period. But I was at fault because I wasn't being honest with you. And I was, you know, constantly agreeing with everything, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't demand respect. When you stand up for yourself and you say, you know what, no, I'm not going to do that. And you make them work around your schedule and your life like you do for them, then that makes them respect you. Because not only did I used to say yes to everything in relationships, but I also would go out of my way to schedule my life around whoever I was dating. So So like, if a guy would say to me, hey, can we hang out on Friday? I would look on my calendar and see, oh God, I have a meeting on Friday for work. And I would reschedule that meeting just so that I could respond to the guy at the time and say, yes, I'm free on Friday. Just so that I wouldn't have to say, can we like go hang out another day? I don't know what was wrong with me, guys. I mean, listen, nothing was wrong with me. I was just scared of rejection and people being angry at me and people hating me, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, like, living like that is not good. Living like that is not good. And I know that, you know, when you're in a new relationship, especially, or you're just in a relationship in general and you just happen to be more of a yes man type of person, it can be really exhausting to keep up the yes man persona in a relationship, and you're going to end up finding yourself frustrated and exhausted, and it's just not a good thing. A person that you're dating is not going to stop liking you because you say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to help you with that right now. I'm busy that day. Blah, blah, blah. It's just not going to happen. Like, unless you're being out of line genuinely in some way, chances are nobody's going to get mad at you. And that applies to relationships and the rest of life. Relationships just being the hardest of them all, in my opinion. Once you learn how to stand up for yourself, you truly do feel liberated. And it's an amazing, amazing feeling. Just to feel like you're only doing stuff that you really want to do in life. And you're never inconveniencing yourself beyond what you're capable of. And you have more time for yourself at the end of the day. You know, you have more time to focus on you when you're not saying yes to every little thing that everybody else is asking you to do all the time. And your confidence will naturally grow from it as well. And you'll just feel more true to yourself and confident in your own skin. Now, all of this is to say that we all have moments when we don't have the courage to stand up for ourselves. I still have moments like this. There are still moments when I'm in a store and the cashier asks me if I want to sign up for their membership program where I get 20% off a month and free coupons in my email every single week, where I have to literally force the word no out of my mouth. There are still days when it's tough. There are still days when somebody will ask me for a favor or will ask me to go to dinner, and I won't be feeling it. And I'll say yes because I just feel bad. There are still times like that. I still have moments like that, but they're far and fewer between. And I hope to eventually reach a point where I only do things that I truly want to do in life. Because I think that by doing that, it just creates a happier life. Being a pushover is only saying yes when you want to say no. There are going to be a lot of times in life when somebody asks you for a favor, somebody asks you if you like something or not, someone asks you if you want to sign up for their membership at their store. There might be moments where you want to say yes. So, you know, it's not like now that you're no longer a pushover, you say no to everything. No, not at all. There are still endless opportunities to say yes, to help people, to be agreeable in many ways. But it's just about being a little choosier about when those moments are. Water is one of the most important things that we need as humans. It's one of the fundamental needs that we have. And because of that, it's even more important that our water is safe. It's time for water filtration that actually does stuff. The Life Straw Home is the only pitcher that removes bacteria, parasites, PFAS, and more than 30 other common contaminants from tap water. And it also makes your water taste way better. It has an award-winning sleek design made of hand-blown glass. Plus, it looks great sitting in your fridge or on your countertop, and it's super easy to maintain. Life Straw products cut out the need for single-use plastic bottles, so you're helping the environment as well when you're using this stuff. And Life Straw gives back. For every pitcher sold, a child in need receives a year of safe water. They're a certified B Corp that fights for the planet, and their Give Back program provides safe water for millions of children every year. Say goodbye to your grimy old water filter pitcher. It's time for an upgrade. Use code ANYTHINGGOES for an additional 15% off the purchase of any Life Straw Home product at lifestraw.com. That's lifestraw.com and code ANYTHINGGOES for an additional 15% off the purchase of any Life Straw Home product. I have always loved piercing since I was young, and unfortunately, I'm somebody who doesn't take very good care of my piercings, and so they usually don't heal properly, and then I have to get them pierced. So I've probably gotten my ears pierced at this point 30 times in my life. And to date, my best experience getting my ears pierced was at Studs. I just got my ears pierced about a week ago at Studs, and it was amazing. If any of you guys are looking to upgrade your ear piercings and earrings, you have to check out Studs. They actually invented the term earscaping, which is the art and science of styling all of your ear piercings and mixing and matching styles. Studs pierces with needles, never guns, so the piercing experience is very, very high quality and safe. And the great thing about Studs is that they not only handle piercings, but they also offer a huge selection of really unique and beautiful earrings. You can shop online, or they have studios in LA, New York City, Austin, Nashville, Miami, and Boston. Studs is ready to help you with your earscaping experience. If you go to studs.com/Emma, you'll automatically get 20% off your first order. This is their best offer. That's studs.com/Emma. Go check it out. I just went to their New York location and got 3 ear piercings. Two. And it was my best ear experience to date, and I got very, very cute earrings. So look at that stuff. You won't regret it. Putting yourself first is very different from being selfish. Being selfish is being careless. It's rooted in a little bit more. It's rooted in ego a little bit more. It's rooted in immaturity a little bit more. Being selfish is not helping others because you're too hyper-focused on yourself and you see yourself as the most important person on the planet and nobody else matters, blah, blah, blah. That's being selfish. But putting yourself first is just making yourself a priority instead of making everyone else a priority. It's kind of like splitting the difference. It's like now you give yourself the same attention that you give everybody else. Instead of you giving yourself no attention and giving everybody else all the attention. Being selfish is like only giving yourself attention and then not giving anyone else any attention. Like almost not even seeing other people. Being oblivious to other people. That's being selfish. But putting yourself first is kind of putting everybody on an even playing field. You and everybody else. And on a case-by-case basis, choosing what's best for you and the other people. You know what I mean? I don't know. Sometimes I go into these metaphors and it gets so abstract that like I even start to lose what I'm like, what am I even really going for here? Like, what does this mean? You know, like whatever. All right, to wrap up this episode, I thought we'd do a little about standing up for yourself. So I asked you guys on the Twitter at the podcast to ask me questions about how to stand up for yourself, etc., etc. So let's get into it. How to know if you should stand up for yourself or if you're just being too sensitive/defensive. This is such a good question because there have been many times in my life when I've been upset about something and I've almost brought it up. But then I've taken a second, sit back, and really think, am I upset because this person did something wrong to me? Or am I upset because I got my own issues going on? And if I sit back, give myself a few hours, maybe even sleep on it for 24 hours, and I revisit the situation and I'm still angry, then I'll bring it up. But more often than not, if I sleep on it, I might wake up the next day and say, you know what, I'm not really angry anymore. Actually, I was just taking out my anger on this person, my frustration on this person, so that I didn't have to address the real issue, which could be a number of things in my personal life. You know what I'm saying? So I do think that it's important when standing up for yourself to make sure that you're coming from a place of calm as much as possible. Obviously, if your boyfriend cheats on you, you can go bang on his door and scream at him. I give you permission to do that because that's like the ultimate betrayal. Or if your best friend like spreads a really evil rumor about you around the school and you know for certain that she's the one that did it, again, you have permission to approach that with him. But with something that is a little bit less evil, like forgetting to pay you back for dinner or something of that sort, it's good to sleep on it and try your best to approach it with a cool, calm, and collected headspace, because not only will that be received the best by the other person, but also you can be more certain that you are acting out of rationality rather than anger. You want to be rational in as many areas of your life as possible. It's better. It's better to be rational than emotional in most scenarios, I would say. Yeah, I think I stand by that claim. Again, I'm just a child when we really look at it. I'm just 20, okay? Sometimes I'm like in the middle of like giving advice and I'm like, who is listening to me? Do I even know what I'm talking about? I think I do. Like, I hope so. Whatever. Listen, all of this is alleged. Okay? All of my advice is alleged. But also, I mean, I stand by it, I would say. Subject to change, though. You know, you never know. Anyway, okay, moving on. Somebody said, I have a friend who shared stuff with my ex that I didn't want her to, and is now acting like it was what was needed. How do I tell her it really wasn't without hurting her feelings? I say, you know, you just need to have a conversation with her. Maybe it's even shooting her a little text, depending on how deep of a situation this is. I'm not sure. And just say, listen, I know that you had my best interest at heart, but I just want you to know that the way that you handled this situation hurt me, and it didn't make me feel good. And, you know, I want your loyalty to be with me rather than my ex-boyfriend, because that makes me feel the most, you know, comfy in our friendship. And I totally forgive you for this, but I just wanted you to know that it made me upset so that we can just avoid this happening again. Period. Somebody said, how do you get your point across in a way that it actually gets understood? I think that this circles back to approaching a situation in a rational, calm way rather than an angry, emotional way. because angry conversation never leads to any sort of solution. I know personally when I'm being yelled at, I immediately stop listening or absorbing information immediately because I just go into defense mode. When somebody comes at me in a calm and rational way and explains something to me, whether it's a really good thing or it's a really bad thing, I'm able to fully absorb what they're saying because they're approaching me in a way that does not feel like I'm being attacked. So my defense doesn't go up. I am receptive to information when somebody approaches me in a cool, calm, and collected way. Also, when you're cool, calm, and collected, and you're relaxed, and you're honest, and you're rational, whatever, you're better able to organize your thoughts. When you're angry, your brain is like a jumbled mess. So that's what I would say about that. Somebody said, literally, why is it so hard to stand up for yourself? I honestly think it's hard because it's scary. Most people don't like conflict. They don't like drama. And saying no or disagreeing or standing up for yourself is something that has the potential to cause conflict, for sure. And if done correctly, most of the time it won't, but even if done correctly, it can still cause conflict. There is potential for conflict with every disagreement, with every no, with every instance of standing up for yourself. But what it really comes down to is that short term, saying yes and being a yes man is the safest bet. But long term, it's not. Long term, you'll lose respect for yourself. Other people will lose respect for you. You'll grow resentment towards people. It's not worth it. Short term, it's easy. Long term, it's not so good. Somebody said, are you standing up for yourself if you're standing up for your ideas? I would say yes. All ideas, all creations that come from you are an extension of you. And standing up for your ideas is very much standing up for yourself. Somebody said, how to stand up for yourself in a work environment while still trying to remain professional. Again, I think that this really comes down to delivery. I think in a work environment, you need to approach it in an even more rational way than you do in your personal life. Like imagine how you approach a confrontation with your friends in an ideal way, which would be cool, calm, and collected. Now imagine that, but times 10. You're even more cool, calm, and collected. You're even more rational. You've thought about it even more. You've, marinated in it even more. Maybe you've written down some notes in a journal about what you want to say when you stand up for yourself in this work environment. Maybe you sat in the bathroom and took deep breaths and thought about it. Maybe you write it all out in an organized email instead of going in and directly confronting the situation. Whatever it may be, I think that the best way to handle standing up for yourself in a work environment is to just prepare yourself even more. And I think that preparation will make you feel more confident. If you have something planned, if you have what you want to say planned out, and you're in a feel as cool, calm, and collected as you possibly can be, then I think you're in a great spot. Somebody said, how to stop feeling guilty when I stand up for myself? I think you need to remember that you are a valuable and amazing human being yourself. Because I know it's easy for some of us to put other people on a pedestal around us. And we see ourselves as below everyone. We see ourselves as less important. But that is not true. We are just as important and special and awesome as everyone else. And so we don't need to feel guilty for putting ourselves first sometimes. Because sometimes, and for some of us, most of the time, we put everybody else first. Every once in a while, it's our turn to be first in line, to get what we want, to have our voice heard properly. Every once in a while, we deserve that. As much as possible, we deserve that. You know what I'm saying? And so you shouldn't feel guilty about standing up for yourself because you deserve it, just like everyone else that you know does. Okay, you guys, that's all I got for today. Thank you so much for listening. I hope that you enjoyed. I love hanging out with you, per usual. Can't wait to talk again next week. Again, per usual. If you want to subscribe to Anything Goes or follow Anything Goes, you can do so on any place that you stream this podcast. You can also follow Anything Goes on Twitter at AG Podcast or Instagram at Anything Goes. What else? You can check out my coffee company, chamberlaincoffee.com. We have a lot of fun stuff over there, including the cold brew bags that I mentioned at the beginning of the episode. If you've stayed this long, I love you so much. Here's my cat. She's not making sounds. So sorry about that. You do not get cat purring sounds in today's episode, unfortunately. Maybe next episode. Stay tuned for that. It's possible. It might happen in the next episode. And what else? That's all I got. I appreciate you guys so much, and I hope you all have an amazing rest of your week. We will talk soon. Bye.
Ramble.
Anything Goes is brought to you by DoorDash. Use code ANYTHING in the DoorDash app for 25% off everything. I have always loved food since I was young, and unfortunately, I'm somebody who doesn't take very good care of my ears, and so they usually don't feel properly, and then I have to get my ears. So I've probably gotten my ears pierced at this point 30 times in my life, and to date, my best experience getting my ears pierced was at Studs. I just got my ears pierced about a week ago at Studs, and It was amazing. If any of you guys are looking to upgrade your ear piercings and earrings, you have to check out Studs. They actually invented the term earscaping, which is the art and science of styling all of your ear piercings and mixing and matching styles. Studs pierces with needles, never guns, so the piercing experience is very, very high quality and safe. And the great thing about Studs is that they not only handle piercings, but they also offer a huge selection of really unique and beautiful jewelry. You can shop online, or they have studios in LA, New York City, Boston, Nashville, Miami, and Boston. Studs is ready to help you with your earscaping experience. If you go to studs.com/MMA, this is their best offer. That's studs.com/EMMA. Go check it out. I just went to their New York location and got 2 or 3 ear piercings. I don't even remember. 2. And it was my best piercing experience to date, and I got it very, very easy. So go check out Studs. You won't regret it. Hello. That was kind of a flirty hello from me. That was weird. Hi. Today's drink of the day is an iced latte. I don't know. I haven't been making myself lattes very often, but today I felt like treating myself. I felt like really giving myself some self-love today. And so I made myself a latte. I used my Chamberlain Coffee Fancy Mouse espresso blend to make myself a latte. That's usually what I keep in my espresso machine because it's an espresso blend, okay? And then I used some plain-ass, flavorless-ass almond milk. But then I topped it off with a caramel-flavored, vegan, dairy-free creamer by the brand Nut Pod. And that was my latte. That is my latte of the day. So here's me sipping it. You hear it? It's delicious. So that's my drink of the day. Let's just get into today's topic. So I'm really excited because this topic is so stupid. Like, one of my favorite things to do is do a really serious topic one week and like really try to get philosophical with it, and then the next week talk about something so stupid and so unnecessary it's almost borderline painful. I love the range we have going on here, and I love the randomness. You never know what you're getting from me. Anything really does go, doesn't it? Really, anything does go, huh? It's almost like that's why I named this podcast what I named it, because anything goes and you don't know what the fuck is going on. So today I'm going to recommend you products that I think are worth your money, that I think you will enjoy, and I'm basically going to explain why I think that you will enjoy them. And none of this is sponsored. None of this is sponsored at all. So this is coming straight from the heart, baby. This is coming straight from my heart. And this is what you want. And let's just get right into it. Okay. The first thing I'm recommending is a Sony Handycam camera. So I bought a Sony Handycam camera probably a year ago, and it's one of my favorite things I've ever bought because, number one, it's literally $200. It's like a very inexpensive camera. I mean, that's very cheap. It's $200 for one. For two, well, okay, I will disclaim that there are some more expensive models, but you can get them for as cheap as $200. And the one that I bought was $200. Okay, the film quality on these cameras is so cool. It's like shitty, but in the perfect way. It's definitely shitty quality, but that's what makes it so fun. And the thing I love about this camera is that it's super lightweight, it's super portable, you can throw it in your bag, and you can just whip it out whenever you want, and you can just film random stuff. And you can use it like a home video camera. And you can film your friends and blah, 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 blah. And you can edit together little videos for yourself. It's really fun. And I want to start using it more and bringing it around with me more just so that I can like film random stuff in my day-to-day life just for my own memories. And I don't know, I just think it's a really great camera. It's just really fun to use. And for anyone out there who just wants to find a fun, cheap, cute, and easy way to document memories that's not your iPhone, this is the perfect tool for that. The other thing I love about it is that it has a really powerful zoom. So when you zoom in on the camera, it zooms really fast. And if you're not familiar with cameras, a lot of the zooming that happens on cameras when you want to zoom into something is slow. But on this camera, it's extremely fast. And it has a cool look when you zoom into stuff. So I definitely recommend. Next thing. I can't believe I'm recommending this. Like, I'm actually kind of embarrassed. I'm genuinely kind of embarrassed. It's a pair of running shoes. But, like, hear me out. I have never found a pair of running shoes that I liked. Because the thing about running shoes is that there's, like, a perfect balance. There's a perfect homeostasis that needs to be happening with a pair of running shoes. They need to be comfortable, obviously. But they also need to have ample support so that your feet don't get sore while you're running. But they also can't look ugly because then you're not going to want to wear them and you're not going to be excited when it's workout time. And they also need to be durable because, you know, you don't want to have to buy a new pair of running shoes every 2 weeks. Well, I've found, finally, my favorite pair. And they're from the brand Hoka. That is spelled Hoka. I'm sorry. I love their running shoes. I really do. They're all really good. And they're like real running shoes. You know, they're not like half-ass running shoes. So many brands sell running shoes that are actually really shitty for running and give your foot no support and are so uncomfortable. And like they might be cute, but like that's all they have going for them. These are cute yet functional. I mean, listen, they're not the cutest shoe on the planet. We're not talking about a high top Converse here. We're not talking about, you know, a Balenciaga sneaker here. We are talking about a running shoe. Like you can't be expecting runway fashion with a running shoe. And if you're expecting that, you're not going to end up very satisfied, okay? It's just not going to happen. But these are not atrocious looking, and they're very functional. I've had the pair that I'm wearing now for the past 6 months, and I love them. And they're very cute. Honestly, I like them. And I get compliments on them, too, when I'm at my workout class that I go to. So that's a very good sign that they're cute, too. Unless people are just complimenting me because they feel bad for me because I look stupid when I run. And if you're wondering how I know that I look stupid when I run, it's that in middle school, during PE one time when I was running, all of my friends, I put friends in quotes, ran up to me laughing and said that I run really dumb. And I don't know what that means, but I do know that it has stuck with me ever since. And running in front of other people makes me very uncomfortable. But the workout class that I love and go to most frequently is a workout class that involves running on a treadmill. And every time I walk in there, I'm just praying that no one looks at me because deep down I feel like I'm running dumb, whatever that means. Moving on, next recommendation. I've actually talked about these things in an episode before, but I want to go more in depth about them. And this product is Salt and Vinegar Pistachios by the brand Wonderful. Okay, imagine this. A pistachio covered in salt and vinegar flavored crystals. I can't believe I'm saying this right now, but I actually truly believe with my whole heart that these salt and vinegar pistachios are more tasty than salt and vinegar potato chips. Now you might be saying, Emma, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Don't try to tell me that a nut tastes better than a potato chip. That's not possible. I get why you're angry at me right now. I get why you are going on to iTunes right now and leaving Anything Goes the most angry review you've ever left on anything before. I understand that. But I don't want you to criticize me until you try these. When you try these, you will see what I mean. There's something about the flavor of a pistachio, the nuttiness of it, the roastiness of it, combined with the salt and vinegar, that is just so much more dynamic than eating a salt and vinegar potato chip. Because a salt and vinegar potato chip is delicious, don't get me wrong. But if you really break down the flavor profile, what is it tasting like in your mouth? It tastes like grease and oil combined with salt and vinegar. There's almost no potato flavor. Whereas with salt and vinegar pistachios, you get the nutty, oily, yummy flavor of a pistachio, which is a very dynamic flavor on its own, combined with salt and vinegar. And together, it is literally making waves in my community. I will explain. I had a photo shoot the other week. I was getting my hair and makeup touched up, and I needed a snack. I was like, I'm hungry, whatever. And I planned ahead. I packed myself a little plastic baggie filled with some of my salt and vinegar pistachios. And I was beyond stoked to pull those things out and eat them as a snack while getting my hair and makeup touched up. Anyway, everybody else at the shoot was like, why is this girl eating pistachios out of a plastic baggie at this photo shoot? Like, there are other snacks available. Why did she bring that from home? Like, this is so bizarre. So naturally, I got questioned about my pistachios. And I said, I don't want to hear one more word out of your mouth until all of you try one. So I handed out a few salt and vinegar pistachios to everyone in the room, literally everyone in the room, and let everybody try them. And I said, do you get it now? Unanimously, the room was speechless. Everybody was in shock. They were like, this is so good. Like, I can't believe it, but it's really good. I got all of my friends on it. All 1.5 of them. I got all of my friends on this shit. And I'm trying to spread the word because, listen, I don't want to blow this up. Like, I don't want everyone to know about this. I want this to be my little secret. But at the same time, I feel like it's a disservice to humanity if I don't at least bring this up. All I'm doing is planting the seed. What you do next is up to you. If you go out to the store and you see them and you don't buy them, that's on you. But I did my part and I shared how fucking delicious these are with you. Anyway, I need to move on. These salt and vinegar pistachios bring out a really, really unfortunate side of me, and so we are going to be moving on. Next, I'm recommending to you a beauty product, and this is the Dior lip stain. Now, I know you're probably saying, Emma, why the fuck should I go to my local Sephora right now and spend more than $10 on a lip product? Like, why should I do that? I get where you're coming from, but this product is a miracle, and I'll explain why. So I have this issue where when I put on any lip product, lipstick, lip gloss, whatever it may be, my lips absorb the product in under 30 minutes. I am reapplying my lip products every 30 minutes on a good day. On a bad day, I'm reapplying every 5 to 10 minutes. This is not a joke. Because you have to imagine this. When my makeup is fully done, it looks great. But then when my lips wear off, my makeup looks incomplete. It looks stupid, right? So that's why I'm constantly reapplying. Now, I got sick of this. I got so incredibly sick of this. I was like, there has to be another way. So I went onto Sephora and I was like, what can I buy that will stain my lips so that I don't have to reapply lip product every 5 to 10 minutes? Like, I cannot do this anymore. So I bought 5 or 6 lip stains on Sephora. Some of them were on the more expensive side. Some of them were on the pricier side because I was like, I just need to find my go-to lip product. I need to find it, and I'm willing to take the time and spend the money to find it. Like, this is a priority for me because every day when I do my makeup, I'm not satisfied with how my lips turn out. And I found the Dior lip stain. And you know what? It's the best one. I tried quite a few, and this is the only one that truly lasts for hours. And it's amazing. It's so amazing. I literally use it every day. And recently, I lost it. Well, I lost my old one. I lost it. And I felt incomplete for 24 hours until I got it again. Like, I had to go. I literally made it a priority in my day to go to Sephora and buy a new one. Like, it was a big deal. So, do with this information what you want, but I swear by that product. I really do. I love it. Did you know that only 9% of plastic actually gets recycled, no matter how much we put in our recycling bin? At Grove Collaborative, they believe it's time to ditch single-use plastics for good. Grove carries hundreds of products aimed at replacing single-use plastics across your home and personal care routine, and by 2025, Grove will be 100% plastic-free. Like Grove Co.'s concentrated cleaners in refillable glass bottles, they're friendlier to the planet and twice as effective as the leading natural brands. Switch to sustainable products for every room in your house, from laundry care to hand soaps and more. Grove Co. has you covered with safe formulas and refillable packaging that never compromise on performance. Join over 2 million households already shopping sustainably at Grove. Go to grove.com/Emma today to get a free gift set worth up to $50 with your first order. Plus, shipping is fast and free. Get started right now at grove.com/Emma. That's grove.com/Emma. Go check it out. Do you ever pull into the driveway after a trip to the grocery store and then realize you forgot that one ingredient that you needed for dinner? It happens to the best of us, you guys, but now you have options. Get the groceries you need or a backup meal from your favorite local restaurant delivered with DoorDash. Get what you want right now and right to your door with DoorDash. Along with the restaurants that you love, you can now get groceries and other essential items delivered with DoorDash. Get drinks, snacks, and other household items in under an hour. If you're craving ice cream, maybe at 2 in the morning, or you forget that one key ingredient for dinner, or maybe you just need to stock up for the week. With DoorDash, you get everything in one app. With over 300,000 partners, you can support your neighborhood go-tos or choose from your favorite national restaurants like Popeyes, Chipotle, and the Cheesecake Factory. Ordering is easy, and your items will be left safely outside your door when you choose the contactless delivery drop-off setting. And for a limited time, you guys can get 25% off and 0 delivery fees on your first order of $15 or more. When you download the DoorDash app and enter code ANYTHING, that's 25% off up to a $10 value and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code ANYTHING. Don't forget, that's code ANYTHING for 25% off your first order with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply. Okay, next recommendation. Now, this is something that I normally wouldn't recommend, but it changed my life in such a way that I feel like I have to mention it. It's an iPad. Now, I know, again, what you're saying. You're like, Emma, do not tell me right now to go to the Apple Store and buy a goddamn iPad. That's a lot. Like, it's an expensive product. Like, shut up. I get it. But again, I'm just planting the seed so that if you're ever in a place where you're like, you know what, I do think I want an iPad, and I do think that this is something that I want to spend my money on, you can now make that decision in a more educated fashion because of me, because I'm about to give you an iPad review. Now, I grew up having iPads. It was always what I'd spend my birthday money on. Like, I would save up money every few years and get myself an iPad because I loved having an iPad. I would watch YouTube on my iPad. I would make weird videos on iMovie with my cousins on my iPad. I would play games on my iPad. Like, I was an iPad baby, okay? I loved iPads. And it was like the one thing I cared about buying for myself. The first time I had my own money, right? Birthday money, to be clear. But, that was when I was a kid, and there was a lot more obvious stuff to do on an iPad when I was that age. Whereas now that I'm an adult, the function of an iPad for an adult is a little bit less obvious. Because for a child, it's so clearly for entertainment. Whereas for an adult, it's like, what is it for? It could be, I don't know, Well, the first thing I love about the iPad is reading on the iPad, because you can download books on the book app on the iPad, and you can use it basically like a Kindle. But what makes it different than a Kindle is that while you're reading, you can, within the iPad, highlight a word and then look it up. So let's say you're reading a book and the grammar in the book is very complicated. You can so easily just highlight a word in the book. A little pop-up shows up above the word on the iPad, and it allows you to look up the definition of the word that easily. All within the iPad, all within one screen. You know what I mean? That's a really beautiful thing. You don't have to close out of the, book app to go onto Google and look it up. You don't have to do any of that. You can do it all within the book app. The book app provides definitions for you if you need them, and that is incredible. So that's been really amazing for me because I've been reading a very complicated, very grammatically difficult book, and there's no way I would understand what was going on if I didn't have this feature where I could just highlight a word and look up the definition at any given moment. So that's been helping me a lot with my reading and honestly making me a better reader. And I just think it's a really incredible tool. But on top of that, an iPad can be a laptop if you want it to be. I bought the little iPad keyboard so that I can use my iPad kind of like a laptop, and it's amazing for traveling. Because bringing around my big laptop is not the most convenient thing in the world, I would honestly argue that if you're considering getting a laptop, you might want to consider getting an iPad instead because it's more portable, it has all the same features, and it's honestly better in a lot of ways. Like, let's say you're a student and you are thinking about getting a laptop to help you with your homework, you know what I mean? Consider getting an iPad because you can do all the same stuff on an iPad. I would say the only thing that, makes a laptop more useful would be the fact that, you can do more complex projects. Like, let's say you want to edit a video for some reason. Maybe you're a YouTuber, I don't know. Let's say you want to edit a video, that's easier to do on a laptop. But otherwise, I don't know. The iPad's a sleigh. I use it way more than I use my laptop now. And I bring my iPad with me everywhere, and I can work on the go. It's amazing. I'm obsessed. I'm literally obsessed. I have this fantasy about taking my iPad to a cafe and working on my iPad for hours on end. The only thing that's stopping me is that I feel like I would look stupid in a cafe with an iPad. I don't know. I just feel like that might be laughable to some. I just need to get over that and do it because it's my fantasy and I need to follow my heart. Moving on. Okay, my next recommendation only applies to people who have a car. But this recommendation is so good. And it's to make a kit for your car. This is life-changing, okay? I have a kit that I keep in my car where I have everything that I could possibly need. Here's what I keep in my kit. I have an extra phone charger because you never know when you might need one. Maybe you're having a sleepover, someone pops in your charger, boom, now you have one. An extra pair of headphones. This is important because sometimes you forget your headphones at home. Maybe you're going to the gym and you want to have headphones while you're at the gym. There's nothing worse than forgetting your headphones. I've done it hundreds of times. It's a heartbreaking thing every time. So having an extra pair in your car is a lifesaver. Next, chapstick. That's obvious. But there's something about when you have the AC going in your car or even the heat going in your car that makes your lips dry. So having chapstick is actually more useful than you think. I've been reapplying chapstick in my car constantly because of the air that's being blown into my face and drying me out. So chapstick's good to have. Scissors is another good thing to have. You just never know when you might need scissors. I find myself using the scissors I keep in my car on a weekly basis. I mean, it's insane how often I use them. They're a great thing to have. I also like to keep salt, pepper, and hot sauce in my car because I like to eat in my car. When I go and pick myself up lunch when I'm on the go, I might feel like my meal is a little bit under-seasoned, and I might feel like it needs a little bit of salt or a little bit of pepper or a little bit of hot sauce. So I keep those things in my car. I also keep soy sauce in my car because sometimes if I go and pick up sushi or something like that, they'll forget to give me soy sauce, and I don't like how sushi tastes without soy sauce, so I like to have soy sauce as well in my car. I also like to keep a fork because, again, sometimes when you go and pick up food, they forget to give you a fork. It's like, what do you want me to do? Eat with my hands? No, thank you. Unless I'm eating a sandwich, I don't want to eat with my hands. Or I'm eating french fries. Actually, or I'm eating sushi. I kind of like eating sushi with my hands too sometimes, depending on what mood I'm in. Like, if I'm in a more, random mood, I'll eat with my hands, but if I'm feeling like a normal human being, I won't. And I will use utensils, but you get what I'm saying. Anyways, also keeping makeup wipes in your car is so important. If you are like me, and you wear makeup occasionally, but you don't like how it feels on your face, you don't like the sensation, and you like getting your makeup off as soon as possible, keeping makeup wipes in your car is amazing because while you're at a stoplight, you can be taking your makeup off. I don't know if I recommend that, though, because that might not be, the safest option. Maybe wait until you're parked. Listen, I don't want to get in trouble yet, but you get what I'm saying. It's nice to have makeup wipes in the car. Or if, your makeup is fucked up while you're out and about, and you're like, you know what, I just want to take it all off because it just looks better if it's all off. Again, nice to have makeup wipes in the car. It's also nice to have a hairbrush. I don't know, after a long day, you get in the car, your hair's all matted up. It's nice to have a brush in there, just to refresh. It's also nice to have metal straws, because if you go and pick up a coffee somewhere or a smoothie somewhere, and they forget to give you a straw, that sucks. What do they expect you to do? Slurp it down? Take the lid off and slurp it down? That's criminal. Keep metal straws in your car. Also, they're better for the environment, so you don't have to take a straw. And put it, you're probably drinking your drink out of a plastic cup anyway, so it's like, your fucking nose in there. You can open it, whatever. And last but not least, hair ties, but that's really obvious. So anyway, that's my kit in my car. It's also ever-changing. I'm always adding things to it, taking things away, but that's kind of the running kit I have going right now. And I think it's just good to have because there's nothing like feeling prepared at all moments. You know what I mean? It's so comforting to know that you're prepared for anything that might come your way. And even though some people might think it's weird that I have a full salt grinder in my car, I don't care. Moving on. Silk hair ties. I don't even know how to sell you on this one. Not that I'm even trying to sell you on this shit, but I don't even know how to sell you on it because they're just so obviously good. Like, it's obvious why they're good. They're good because they're silky and they're soft, and they're not damaging to your hair, and they look pretty and dainty. And, like, what else is there to say, you know? I don't know. I will say, like, silk hair ties are a lot more comfortable than regular elastic band hair ties. Fabric silk hair ties, especially by the brand Slip, they have amazing ones. They're, like, the silk hair ties are a lot more comfortable. They're a lot less violent with your hair. I feel like the elastic basic hair ties are so strong. Like, they're too strong. They're too powerful. You know what I mean? They're like so like, it feels like they're ripping your hair out of your head, and I just don't like that. So silk hair ties, there it is. I don't know. Okay, next. I just probably talked about this before. Oh yeah, I talked about it at the beginning of this episode. Was it? Anyway, if you're a coffee drinker or a matcha drinker, you need to get caramel flavored Nut Pod creamer. It's basically dairy-free creamer. The brand is Nut Pod, and they have a bunch of different flavors, but my favorite is the caramel flavor. It is so good, and it tastes good in coffee drinks and in matcha drinks. I love it with matcha. It's so good with matcha. It's insane. It doesn't really taste super caramelly, I feel like. It's more just nutty. And it's not super sweet either, which I love. It's not super sweet, but it makes the drink taste so rich and delicious. Oh my god, it's so good. And I use it every single day in my matcha drinks and in my coffee drinks. And it's incredible. And their French vanilla flavor is also delicious. But the caramel one is just, I want to say their original flavor is delicious. They're all really delicious, but the caramel one is just stupid how good it is. Okay, next recommendation is so random, but so fun. So, okay, there's this brand called Fruit, and they basically make lemonades that are not super sugary. I don't know, they sweeten it with monk fruit. Monk fruit is like a natural fruit extract. So it's like not super sugary, but it's very delicious. My favorite right now is the ginger flavored. So it's basically ginger lemonade. And I drink like 50 of these a day. I'm not lying to you. It's so good. I'm not normally a big ginger girl. Like, it's fine, I like it, but it's not something I crave. But for whatever reason, this drink is just so good. It's like super sour and gingery. It's not super sweet. It's really satisfying to drink. Like, it just like feels good in your throat, and it's like refreshing. It's just great, and it's hydrating. I just don't like drinking water. Like, I will drink just about anything before I drink water. And so if I can find something that is hydrating and doesn't have a lot of added creepy shit in it that will get me to drink water, I'm gonna do it. So I need these to help me get my water intake. I recommend that you order them online because I feel like that's the easiest way to do it. You have them online, you can order them online, they'll send you a 12-pack or whatever. I order them every few weeks, and I'm constantly drinking them. I probably drank 10 of them today. That's not even an exaggeration. I probably drank a whole box of them today because it's just like so much better than drinking plain water. And I love it too because it's not carbonated. Because the thing about carbonated drinks for me is that, like, I love them, but they make me burp, and they make my stomach hurt, and it sucks. So do it that way you will. Next, I'm going to recommend to you 2 UGG products. Now, what's crazy about this is that if somebody would have told me 3 years ago that I would be wearing UGG boots again, I would have said, you're silly, you're goofy, you're funny. You are out of touch, you're a liar, and you don't know me. That's what I would have said. Yet, look at me now, literally an UGG boot enthusiast. The best UGG boot, in my opinion, on the market right now is the Classic Mini 2 boot. It's like the classic UGG boot, but it's short. But it's not too short. Because they have a pair out there that are too short, and they look weird. The Classic Mini 2 boot is just the perfect fucking UGG boot, okay? I wear these around the house. I wear these to the store. I wear these to workout classes. I wear these to the farmer's market. I wear these in bed sometimes, which is disgusting because you should never wear your shoes in bed, but like I just forget to take them off because they're so comfortable. I'm obsessed. They also last forever. I've had this pair for probably a year now. They look spotless. Like, they look spotless, and I wear them every day. I honestly don't know how it's possible. It's a miracle that they're okay. They're so comfortable. They're so versatile. I honestly think that they're cute. I used to think that they were ugly, but now they're growing on me. Well, no, I went through phases. When I was in middle school, I thought UGG boots were like the cutest thing that ever happened. And then in high school, I was like, UGG boots are so ugly. I can't believe I ever wore those. Like, they're called UGG for a reason because they're ugly. And then now I'm like, no, these are actually God's greatest creation. I am obsessed. So if we go by the principle that history repeats itself, I will probably hate these in about 2 years. But then again, we don't know. We don't know. Because I'm a lot more, you know, I'm a lot more self-aware these days. I know myself a lot better these days, and I'm better able to predict my future behaviors and opinions these days just because I'm an older person now. I'm older and wiser. And I mean, I really think that I'm going to like these for the long haul. We'll see, but I love them. Another UGG product that I recommend is the UGG Cosette slipper. Now, again, the same rules apply for these slippers. They're like a slide that's like fuzzy. I have gone through probably 6 of these. I kid you not, 6 pairs because I wear them out so quickly because I wear them so often. In my opinion, they might just be the best UGG slipper out there. They're very simple. They're just like a slide that's fuzzy. It's simple, okay? It's not doing too much. I wear them around the house, again, constantly. If I can't find my UGG boots, I'm wearing the Cosette slipper. If I can't find the Cosette slipper, I'm wearing the goddamn boot. I switch back and forth. It depends on the day, depends on the weather, it depends on what I'm wearing. But I would argue that 90% of the time I'm wearing one of those shoes. I honestly might start wearing them out to dinner and stuff. Like when I go out to dinner on the weekends and shit, I might honestly start wearing the UGG boots. I don't even care. I've thought about it. The only thing stopping me is that, like, I need to utilize my other belongings. Like, I cannot just stick to what I know. I wear the same pair of sweat shorts and the same t-shirt and the same pair of UGG boots and UGG slippers 90% of the time. Like, it's insane how much of my closet never gets any attention from me because I just stick to the same daily uniform every day when I'm walking around the house. I go through phases, but it remains pretty much the same. Like, I've been wearing the same pair of blue sweat shorts that I got like a year and a half ago for so long now that they are like misshapen. Like I've stretched them out in all these weird areas. It looks like I'm wearing a diaper when I wear them because they fit so badly, but they're so comfortable that they're just like my favorite shorts. I don't know what to tell you. I also have this Captain Underpants shirt and I have this shirt with a cat on it. And those are my 2 go-to comfy shirts right now. I just go, oh, and a Paul McCartney shirt. Okay, those are my 3 shirts that I switch between. If one of them's in the wash, I'm wearing the other one. But that's what I'm wearing 90% of the time. I don't know. I like to be comfortable, okay? I'm a simple girl. Anything Goes is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Relationships take a lot of work, and a lot of us will drop anything to go help somebody that we care about. But we don't really do that for ourselves. And what's up with that, you guys? This month, BetterHelp Online Therapy wants to remind you to take care of your most important relationship, which is the one that you have with yourself. BetterHelp is online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist so that you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy, so you can be matched with a therapist in under 48 hours. Whether it's hitting the gym, making time for a haircut, or even trying therapy, you are your greatest asset. So invest the time and effort into yourself like you do for others. I just recently started trying therapy again. Why? Because it's probably good for me. Actually, I know it's good for me. And I do love to neglect myself. It's one of my hobbies. But I need to stop doing that because I'm an adult, and when I have a mental breakdown, it actually has consequences now that I'm older, so I really need to be maintaining my brain as if it's a front lawn. You know what I mean? You gotta mow the front lawn like once every 2 weeks or else it gets out of control. It's the same thing as your brain. And the older I get, the more I'm realizing that. So I'm back in therapy, and it's feeling okay. It's feeling good. Give BetterHelp a try and see why over 2 million people have used BetterHelp online therapy. Anything Goes is sponsored by BetterHelp, and you guys can get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/anything. That's BETTERHELP.com/anything. Have you done a daily check-in with yourself today? How are you feeling? Are you feeling happy, sad? As Casey Musgraves once said, happy and sad at the same time. How are you feeling? It's time to connect with your feelings by starting your mental health journey with Headspace. We all say that we're fine when we don't mean it. How many times have you told yourself that you're fine and all you're feeling is anger, sadness, or nerves? Headspace is scientifically proven to help you manage your feelings and your mental health. In fact, in a recent study, it was found that in just 2 weeks, Headspace can reduce your stress by 14%. Whether you want to relieve stress and anxiety, sleep better, or improve your focus, Headspace is an everyday dose of mindfulness for real life. Headspace has a few really amazing mindfulness exercises that help to kind of ground me in the middle of a crazy day. And it takes a lot of discipline to realize that you're overwhelmed, you're stressed, and you need to take a second for yourself. But having a tool like Headspace is so helpful for those moments because I feel like it motivates me to take that time because I have a tool that can help motivate me and walk me through the process. However you're feeling, try Headspace at headspace.com/Emma and get 1 month free of their entire mindfulness library. This is the best Headspace offer available, so go to headspace.com/Emma today. That's headspace.com/Emma. Speaking of being comfortable, the brand Aritzia, spelled RITZIA, has the best sweatpants on the market. This is not up for debate. I do not care. Their sweatpants are the best. They are the perfect fit. They're incredibly soft. They have every color you can imagine. They have matching sweatshirts of all different silhouettes, shapes, and sizes. Like they have crew neck, half zip, hoodie, all of it. The options are disgusting. There are so many options, it hurts me. It's scary, but I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. If somebody told me right now, you are only allowed to wear one outfit for the rest of your life, I would walk into an Aritzia and I would buy a pair of sweatpants and a matching sweatshirt of some sort, and I would just wear that with my stupid UGG boots for the rest of my life and be fine and be happy. I'm really picky about sweatpants, and I honestly consider myself to be a connoisseur because I have always been very picky about clothes and how they fit me. I mean, if something doesn't fit right, it makes me really angry. But not like, it makes me abnormally angry and irritable. Some people are a lot more chill with this stuff, like they don't care as much. But for me, like I have a very serious emotional reaction to uncomfortable clothes. That's like a little bit more than the average, which makes me feel like, you know, I deserve to give myself the credential of being a good clothing reviewer when it comes to comfort, because I know when something's uncomfortable, and I'm so sensitive to uncomfortable clothes that like nobody's gonna notice a fatal flaw in a piece of clothing before me. Like I'm convinced of it. I mean, for example, I cut out every single tag in clothing immediately after I buy it. Like if there's like a little label in the back of a pair of pants or on the neck of a shirt, it's coming out. I'm cutting it out. Because if I don't, I'll feel it, and it'll make me irritable, and it'll make me a bad person all day. It'll put me in a bad mood. Almost nothing puts me in that bad mood. When I was younger, I was even more sensitive to it, and I used to throw a complete fit if my socks would have any seams in them. Like, think about the last pair of socks that you had. You know that seam that runs across the top of your toes? Yeah, I couldn't handle that as a kid. Because that was so uncomfortable to me when it was screwed through. Because I felt that seam pressing against the knuckles of my toes, and it would drive me insane. So now that I've, demonstrated my credentials as a comfort connoisseur, you can trust that these Aritzia sweatpants and sweatshirts are worth your time and appreciation. Moving on. Another beauty product. The Dry Bar Straightening Brush. Now, I don't know about other brands. There are many brands that make straightening brushes. So, I can't speak to those. I can only speak to the one from the brand Dry Bar. But I bet the other ones are great too. But listen, I am lazy. And I'm especially lazy when it comes to my hair. Because by the time I'm done picking out my outfit and doing my makeup, I'm like, I'm throwing this bitch in a cliff. Like, I can't. I'm done. I did the dirty work. I'm done, and I don't want to do this. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm done. The Dry Bar Straightening Brush has stepped up my hair game immensely because of how easy it is to use. It's literally just a hairbrush that's really hot, and when you run it through your hair, it's straightening your hair. Now, I will say, this product is not going to make your hair perfectly straight like a straightening hair will. But if your hair is, has some like weird waves in it, you know what I mean? And you kind of want to tame your hair a little bit. If it's like, I'll give an example with me and my hair. I mean, obviously everybody's hair is different, so it's going to work differently on everyone's hair. But for me, if I put my hair up in a clip all day, when I take it down, it has like a weird wave in it, that looks awkward. And I can't wear my hair down with that weird little wave in it. So this product is perfect for just getting that wave out, just straightening that out, and making my whole head look consistent. It's not going to make my hair perfectly straight, no. But it's going to make my hair all even all around my head. And that's all I'm asking for. In addition to their straightening brush, I also love their blow dryer brush, which is basically a hairbrush that also dries your hair. So you can basically be brushing your hair and drying it at the same time. Another great product. Basically any product that doesn't require any skill to use, I love. Highly would recommend those. Okay, next. I'm not sure if they have this app everywhere, but I'm obsessed with this app. It's called OpenTable. Now, this is my favorite way to make reservations at restaurants, because one of my favorite things to do on the weekends in my free time is to go out to a restaurant. I love it. There's nothing I love more. I love trying new restaurants, trying different types of cuisines, hanging out with the 1.5 friends that I have, like doing that, doing all of that. I love that. There's nothing that brings me more joy. On the weekends, I don't give a fuck about going to a party. I don't give a fuck about having a barbecue. I don't want to do, no, screw all of that. I want to go out to dinner. I don't know what it is. It's just my favorite thing on the planet. Nothing is a better experience. And if you think about it, it encapsulates everything about humanity that is so great and good. There's people there that you like and enjoy to be around. There's people cooking for you. There's delicious food. There's ambiance. Like, what more could you want? It's perfect. And OpenTable is great because it's basically an app where you can go on and see all of the available reservations. So you can go on, say, okay, I want a table of 4 for tomorrow at 8 p.m., right? And then you plug that in, and then you plug in the food and then it shows you all the different restaurants that have reservations. And then if you're like, you're scrolling through, you're like, oh, I want to see this one. You can, click on the restaurant and look at the menu on the app, see what kind of food they have, be like, that's not the one. Scroll back, keep looking. It's amazing. It's amazing. So, yeah, that's another thing I've been loving. Like, I don't know. I used to be a big Yelp user, and I still am. But Yelp isn't as helpful when it comes to making reservations as this app is. And I mean, there's other apps besides OpenTable. I know there's one called Resy, R-E-S-Y. I use that occasionally. They just don't have as many options. But any app that you can download that can help you make reservations in your area, it's the best. It's so great. It's so much easier than having to call them up on the phone. Also, when you book it through this app, it immediately adds it to your Google Calendar or your Apple Calendar on your phone, which is also so amazing. I just think it's great. Speaking of that, I've been using Google Calendar a lot. So I'm kind of about to recommend to you Google Calendar. It's an app / website. It's a Google app, Google website. It's a planner. And I used to be somebody that only used paper planners. I did not use virtual planners whatsoever. I didn't like it. I didn't get it. Whatever. But to be honest, the thing that made me start using it is that the people that I work with use it. And so they were like, Emma, we're creating a calendar on Google Calendar for work-related stuff, and you need to be on it and be looking at it frequently. And so it started as that. I was just using it for work. But then I started using it for my day-to-day life, and I started scheduling out my day-to-day life on Google Calendar. And what I like about it is that it's handheld. It's all on my phone or on my iPad, and I don't need to carry around an actual paper planner. Now, don't get me wrong. I love using a paper planner too. Here's what I do. I use both. I use Google Calendar to plan things ahead, right? And schedule out stuff that's like mandatory, the most important stuff that I need to do, like work-related stuff or an appointment, etc. But then I use my paper planner to write down stuff that is more about me, like more like self-care related stuff. So when I feel like it, and I feel like using a paper planner, I'll open up my paper planner and I'll write down all the stuff that I need to do for the day from my Google Calendar, but then I'll also write down stuff that I need to do for my own personal well-being. And I add that onto the paper planner because I don't want to put all that stuff on my Google Calendar. It might seem a little bit like overkill, to be doing a paper planner and Google Calendar, but I do think that there's something about writing down your schedule physically, like just writing it down in your hand, that solidifies it in your mind more. But when you're on the go, you might not always have your planner with you. So for those crucial events that, you need info on last minute, Google Calendar is great for that. Okay, my last recommendation is actually so stupid, but again, I just don't know how to not look this up because I love them so much, and I just feel like I hit jackpot. So let me preface this recommendation with a little story of my life. I'm very picky about socks. I mentioned this earlier, and I never really found a brand of socks that really excited me. Socks have never been something that I was super stoked about. I never found socks to be particularly comfortable or luxurious. I just always felt like socks were socks, and that was the end of it. You know what I mean? And I was excited to take them off at the end of the day until I found the Hanes brand Comfort Soft crew socks. Okay, when you're looking at them, they just look like plain white crew socks. You know what I mean? Nothing special, nothing out of the ordinary. But you would be oh so wrong because these socks are so soft. They're so soft. They're so buttery, and they're so inexpensive. Like it's a steal. I kid you not. I'm gonna order some after this because they're so good, and I feel like I need more. They're just the best plain white socks on the market. I mean, listen, call me crazy. Say that me taking 2 minutes out of your day to tell you what brand of socks that you should buy is a waste of your time. Tell me that all you want, but again, it's the same thing with the salt and vinegar pistachios. You can't be mad at me until you try it. I wouldn't be bringing it up if it didn't change my life. I really wouldn't. Next, the best portable charger I've ever found. The Belkin Pocket Power 10K Power Bank. You're probably like, Emma, shut up. Like, what the fuck are you going on about? This is the best portable charger I've ever used. It literally can charge my phone 6 times before it dies. And that is unheard of. I don't think I need to say anything else about it, if I'm being honest. Like that, I literally mic drop, if you will. I just, it charges my phone 6 times. I carry around the thing with me everywhere. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay. My last recommendation is extremely biased, but I really do believe that this is an amazing product. And that is the Chamberlain Coffee Bodum Cold Brew Maker Press. Okay, listen. I know you're like, Emma, it's your company. Shut up. Give me 1 minute of grace. So basically, Chamberlain Coffee, my company, has a cold brew press that you can buy that basically allows you to make cold brew extremely fast. It's like this jug, basically, and you put some coffee grounds in it. You put water over top of the coffee grounds. You seal the top, put it in the fridge overnight. You take it out. You replace the lid with a spout. It comes with like this spout so that you can pour it out, gracefully. And now you have cold brew. And it makes something like 5 or 6 cups, even more possibly. 5 or 6 for me because I drink large cups of coffee, but if you don't, you can probably get 8 cups of cold brew out of it. I mean, it's just an amazing product, and it's also great because, it allows you to make cold brew in a way that is, number one, really easy, but number two, is very environmentally conscious in a way because, you can continue to reuse this mechanism to make your cold brew rather than buying, say, a big bottle of cold brew from the store or something like that. You guys, that's all I got. That's all I got. I feel like I need to take a nap for some reason. This was a very passionate episode for me. I really, really got passionate with it, and I'm feeling genuinely exhausted. But I really appreciate you guys listening and hanging out. I hope that you enjoyed this for what it was. I don't know. Listen, I don't know. If you buy any of these things, let me know. Also, you know, if I mention specific brands, like you can ignore the specific brands. I'm more just sharing with you the general concept of these products. So, you know, listen, don't buy stuff if you don't need it. But if you've been in the market for, you know, any of the stuff that I mentioned, here's your recommendation. Here's your sign to press add to cart. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys so much for listening. If you want to follow Anything Goes on Instagram, you can do that at Anything Goes. You can follow the Twitter at AG Podcast. You can subscribe to Anything Goes on any platform that you stream podcasts. And you can leave a review on Apple Podcasts. Give it a little 5 stars. Or give it a 1 star if you are mad that I recommended that you buy an iPad of pistachios. And that you just wasted possibly almost an hour of your life listening to me tell you to buy pistachios. Like, listen, if you want it, it's fine. But don't give me 1 star. You're not, okay, here's a rule. You're not allowed to give me 1 star unless you go and buy the pistachios and you're like, these are actually pistachios. But even then, like that, then you can. You can do whatever you want. Okay, I'm done. I love you guys.
Ramble.
Okay, do not panic. Mother's Day is this Sunday. I know, it's intimidating. But there's still time. Don't forget to pick up the perfect gift for your mom, grandma, yourself, a friend, or any special woman in your life. Luckily for you, Macy's has you covered with their gift finder and amazing gifts at any price. If you need some inspo, check out great ideas at Macys.com/gift finder. Macy's has gifts for every budget, whether you're looking for the coziest slippers under $25 or treating mom to something luxe, like a pair of chic sunglasses. Or if your mom likes breakfast in bed, you can spoil her with a Douglas maker or some top-notch cookware. If you're always feeling for makeup, give your grandmom a MAC lipstick set. Or if your mom is your fashion icon, pick out a new Steve Madden handbag. When they say that they've got something for every mom, they really mean it. They have Godiva chocolate for the foodie, Fitbits for your fit mom, Philosophy perfume for the beauty obsessed, and literally anything you can imagine. Head on over to Macy's.com/gift finder. Make your Mother's Day an especially memorable one. Plus, you can order mom's gift online and pick it up in store or curbside, or get same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Like, as if Macy's and DoorDash couldn't get any better. Now they're working together. Anyway, go check it out. Get something sweet for that special woman in your life. I have always loved piercings since I was younger. And unfortunately, I'm somebody who doesn't take very good care of my piercings, and so they usually don't heal properly, and then I have to get them re-pierced. So I've probably gotten my ears pierced at this point 30 times in my life. And to date, my best experience getting my ears pierced was at Spud. I just got my ears pierced about a week ago at Spud, and it was amazing. If any of you guys are looking to upgrade your ear piercings and earrings, you have to check out Spud. They actually invented the term earscaping, which is the art and science of styling all your ear piercings and mixing and matching styles. Spud piercings with needles, never guns, so the piercing experience is very, very high quality and safe. And the great thing about Spud is that they not only make piercing, but they also offer selected shop online. They have studios in LA, New York City, Austin, Mexico. Spud is ready to help you. Best offer is at STDS.com/A. Go check it out. I just went to their New York location and got 3 ear piercings. I think I remember 2. And it was my best piercing experience to date, and I got very, very cute earrings. So go check out Spud. You won't regret it. Hello. I hope you enjoyed those cat sounds. I enjoyed them. Although I will say, pets are so cute when they're not yours. And then the pets are yours. Their cutest qualities become mildly frustrating sometimes. Like, don't get me wrong, I adore my cats. My cats are my prides and joys. I literally get anxiety when anyone comes over to my home just because I'm scared that they're going to leave a door open and one of my cats will escape and one of my cats will get hit by a car. Like, I protect these cats with everything in my being. I love them with everything in my being. But at the same time, when I'm trying to fall asleep and one of my cats decides to start chewing on my blanket and purring, I get frustrated. And like, for example, right now, as I'm trying to record this episode, my cat decided to come up and start making muffins on my leg. If you don't know what making muffins is, it's when a cat like kneads on your leg or on any soft surface. I read somewhere that they being the cats, find comfort in kneading because they used to knead on their mother's breasts for milk. And so now as older cats, when they want to feel comforted, they do that same action on a soft surface that reminds them of their mother's breast. So that is cute, but you know, when my cat decides to do that at inappropriate times, it's not cute anymore. I'm sorry, it's just not. But anyway, drink of the day. Today I'm drinking just a cold brew, a classic cold brew. I'm in a classic mood. I'm in a mood where I just want something familiar and I want something reliable. If you are a coffee nerd, then I will share with you that I'm drinking a light roast today, and it's actually a new Chamberlain coffee blend called the Butterfly Blend. And when you're listening to this, it might be available. It's a light roast, which means it has a lot of caffeine, and it's a very bright and florally flavor. Anyway, check it out if you want. But let's move on to today's topic. Today, we're talking about having integrity in life. Now, before we go into it, let's define the word integrity, because I could try to do it myself, but I probably wouldn't do a very good job. According to the dictionary, the definition of integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, having moral uprightness, the state of being whole and undivided, being honorable, having good character, good ethics, good morals, being a noble, high-minded person, etc., etc. So, integrity, to me, is staying true to yourself in all senses of that phrase, like creatively, morally, etc., etc. And having integrity, probably looks different for everybody. Like, I have my own set of morals, and I have my own set of things that I think are right or wrong. And someone else might have completely different ideas of that for themselves. So I started thinking about this a lot because I've been thinking a lot about people that are considered successful, whether that's in the present moment or successful people of the past. And I've been thinking about how many people we consider to be successful that got successful without integrity. They reached their peak of success through cheating, choosing money over creativity, choosing the well-being of yourself over others, choosing attention over peace and tranquility. Like people who gain their success in ways that are far from admirable. This especially came about because I watched a documentary about a CEO of a huge company and how the CEO fucked over their employees and their factory workers and everybody, like fucked over everybody. Yet they are still one of the most successful people on this planet right now. And to get there, they fucked over infinite levels of people. Yet they're still successful. And not only are they just successful, but they're one of the most successful people on the planet. And that made me think, is this person proud of themselves? Like, is this person able to be proud of their success and truly reap the benefit of success? Because they didn't get there in a very good way. And then I started to think about people who I believe have succeeded in a way where their integrity remained intact throughout their career. A good example would be my dad. My dad is an artist. He paints paintings and puts them in galleries and sells them on the internet and does things like that. He makes his money through painting paintings. And he's a successful artist because people enjoy his art and he sells it for a living. Like, he has technically succeeded as an artist. Now, my dad, as an artist, doesn't necessarily make tons and tons of money, right? But yet, he is so proud of himself and he truly reaps the benefit of his success because he's proud of what he creates. And even though he's not a trillionaire, billionaire, or millionaire, he's still proud of himself and he still reaps the benefits of his success. Even though he may be deemed less successful than the mega mind billionaire CEO that I mentioned earlier. So the real question is, does success mean nothing when it isn't earned with integrity? Like, have you really accomplished your goal if you had to cheat your way to accomplish that goal? Can you really reap the benefit of accomplishing that goal if you had to cheat your way there? That's what we're discussing today. Now, it's obvious that in life, like, we are surrounded constantly by temptations. Money, fame, success, blah, blah, blah. We're constantly being tempted by these things. For example, with money. You could get paid $5 million to murder someone or get paid $20 an hour to work at a cafe. And if you're somebody who is maybe not super morally sound, you might take the $2 million and go and kill someone because the money was too tempting. Or you might be tempted by fame. For example, you might be someone who really wants to be famous, but you don't know how to be famous. And what breeds fame better than drama? So you decide to insert yourself into some internet drama. Create a wild expose video of a celebrity. And your story's not true, right? Your story's a lie. And you know that, obviously. But you are spreading this fake rumor, fake lie, fake story so that you can get famous quick because you know that your rumor or lie will spread like a wildfire on the internet. Okay, well, now you're famous because your video went viral. But is that really what you wanted? You know what I mean? The third example being that in life, success is very tempting. Let's say at your job, you know that if someone who works with you at your job left their position at your job, that you would be able to take their position and thus get a higher salary, have more say at the company, blah, 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 blah. You might be tempted to sabotage your coworker so that you can get that spot. But then once you get that spot, does it really feel so good? You see what I'm saying? It's like you can cheat your way to getting ahead in life, but it probably won't ever feel so good.
Welcome to Summoner's
Squarespace
Rift.
empowers millions of dreamers, makers, and doers by providing them with the tools they need to bring their creative ideas to life. On their all-in-one platform, you can build a website, claim a domain, sell online, and market a brand. Their products combine award-winning design and
30
world-class
seconds
engineering that make it
until
easier than ever to
minions
establish and own your online presence. From beautiful templates to powerful e-commerce tools, they help customers launch their ideas to build their brand. Squarespace tools are DIY in nature, meaning anyone can learn about, use, or create them without technical expertise. They have a powerful e-commerce platform designed to help your business grow, effortlessly manage your inventory, orders, and customers, gain powerful insights about your site visitors and how they interact with your content with their in-depth website analytics tools. Squarespace has everything you need to grow online. Start with a design template and use drag and drop tools to make it your own. When you create a website with Squarespace, you get free unlimited hosting, top-of-the-line security, and dependable resources to help you succeed. Nothing to patch or upgrade ever, and 24/7 award-winning customer support. Check out squarespace.com/Emma for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Emma to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. There's been a lot of buzz about Phil from ZipRecruiter and a lot of thank you Phils going around. And here's what people are saying on the internet. Alicia M said, Phil, you are amazing. You gave me the confidence I needed to land an awesome job. Thank you. Anthony P said, Phil sent me jobs I was a great match for, so I just knew something good was going to happen. Stephanie W also gave a shout out to Phil, and she said, Phil, you made my job search a priority and you stuck with me through all of it. Couldn't have done it without you. There's sure a lot of love for Phil at ZipRecruiter. In fact, Phil sounds like somebody you want in your corner, especially if you want your job search to be easier. And who wouldn't? All you have to do is team up with Phil from ZipRecruiter and let him fill your life with a new fulfilling job. That's a lot of Phils and a lot of thank you Phils. What job will Phil help you discover? Find out at ZipRecruiter.com. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com. I feel like we constantly have an angel and a devil on our shoulder that we're fighting between constantly. And this angel and this devil are constantly whispering in your ear. And the angel's telling you, do the right thing. Stay true to yourself. Stay true to your morals. Do the right thing. And the devil on your shoulder is like, fuck everyone over. Cheat your way to the top. And who cares who you burn on the way? It doesn't matter, baby. We're going up. We are going up. We do not care. We do not care. And we're constantly fighting between that with every decision that we make every single day with everything. A good example would be when I was in high school, I got an opportunity to cheat on a test if I wanted to. Because there was somebody at the answers to the test. And I had the opportunity to cheat if I wanted. And I know some people are so comfortable cheating on tests. They're like, cheating on a test? Girl, you got it. Like, I don't give a fuck. I will cheat right now. I will cheat tomorrow, and I will cheat the next day. I was not this type of student. I've always had this really intense and raging conscience when it comes to cheating in any way. And so, like, mentally, I could never cheat because I just would always feel too guilty about it. And just wrong. And that was just me. I don't judge people who cheat. Listen, do your thing. It's none of my business. Do what you got to do. But I could never cheat. So I got an opportunity to cheat on a test if I wanted to, right? Someone had the answers. They were willing to send them to me. And the devil on my shoulder was like, babe, you are a fucking idiot if you say no right now. You are such an idiot. This is such an easy yes. Don't be dumb right now. And then the angel on my shoulder was like, your conscience is going to pay a dirty price for this, for one. For two, the test itself is pointless if you cheat on it, because the point of a test is to test how knowledgeable you are on a subject. And if you cheat on the test, then you don't know whether or not you learned about the subject properly. And that's kind of a bummer, because you're in school to learn stuff. And cheating doesn't teach you anything. And at this time, I wanted to be a very successful student. And so I felt like if I cut corners, I would sell myself short, because I wouldn't be learning fully and properly. Because the best way to learn is to get an answer wrong on a test. And then to go back and be like, why did I get that wrong? And all of that potential learning will be stripped away from cheating. So that's what the angel was saying on my shoulder. So I ended up meeting in the middle. I kind of made a compromise with my angel and my devil. And what I did is I had this person send me the answers to the test, and then I used them to study, and then I took the test. But I didn't take the answers with me into the test. I didn't memorize them. I just mainly used the test answers as a means to study. Now, should I have just said no altogether? Yes. In retrospect, yes. I probably shouldn't have done that, right? I should have just said no altogether. But I think that's a very good example of how we have a little devil and angel on our shoulder every day. I think the hard thing about this daily dilemma that we have between going the good way and going the bad way, the hard part about the daily dilemma is that a lot of times shitty behavior does get a large reward. Like, it's just one of the injustices in life. I mean, I can give a great example. There were kids at my school that used to cheat on their tests all the time. They would cheat on tests. They would sweet talk their teachers into giving them a better grade. They just cheated their way through school. And they got great grades, and they ended up going to a great college, and it all worked out for them, and they were cheaters all the way through. Now, I think with cheating at school, that's less of a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, that's just a small-scale example. But I do think it's a good example. You know what I mean? It's like, shitty behavior can very easily get huge reward. I mean, I would say majority of the massive, big companies that we see today that are very successful and billion-dollar companies, most of those companies fucked over some people on the way to the top. It's just the way it is. I'm not going to say what they do or what they did wrong, but I think that we know what they've probably done wrong. They probably treated their employees badly. They probably kicked out business partners so that they could have, you know, more of the money for themselves. Like, who knows what type of shitty behavior has gone on behind these massive, huge, successful companies. Or maybe somebody got famous by using other people. They just used all their way to the top and took advantage of people and took advantage of people's kindness. But yet, now they're famous. So even though they had shitty behavior, they still got a huge reward. I think some people choose to cheat their way to the top without integrity in life because it's just so much easier to do. It's so much easier to succeed in a way that's just not morally sound. You know what I mean? It's so much easier to cut corners. It is. It's a lot harder to stick to what you believe in when there are opportunities all around you that are tempting, that may force you to ditch your morals. I think that short term, succeeding without integrity, cheating your way to the top, can be very successful. And it can seem like there's no repercussion of bad behavior. But I think that there's an inevitable crash and burn that comes with it. I don't think that you can continue to cheat your way up and up and cheat your way to more and more success without an inevitable crash and burn. Because at some point, you're going to fuck over the wrong person. Or at some point, you're going to stray too far away from your morals. Or at some point, you're going to hurt too many people. And I don't know if I necessarily fully understand the concept of karma, but I'm still going to say that karma does come back around. I mean, I've seen it in my own life. I've known people who have deceived their way to success. I've known people at school like that. I've known people in the industry that I'm in now that have done that. Like, I've seen it all across the board in my life. And what's so interesting is that the people that have deceived their way to the top have had a crazy crash and burn in life. I've seen it happen. And that's what's crazy, because in the moment when I was watching these people around me behave without integrity and choose the devil on their shoulder in order to succeed, I would get frustrated because I would be like, how is this fair? I feel like I'm following the good path. I'm listening to the angel on my shoulder and I'm doing everything with integrity in my life. And it's taking so much willpower. Like, I just am frustrated because why are they getting to take the easy route to success in life while I am over here working 10 times harder and getting way less benefit than they are? Why is the cheater succeeding more than me, who is someone who's living with integrity? How the fuck is that fair? How the fuck is that fair? And the crazy thing is that it all works out. It all works out. It's crazy because the people who were deceitful, who cheated, they succeed quickly, but they fail quickly. Whereas working hard and working with integrity will lead to success a lot slower, but your success will last forever because it's rooted in a foundation of honesty and good morality. That kind of leads me to my next point, which is that a lot of the most creative, inventive, extraordinary people I know, my dad being a great example, he's an amazing artist, but there's many more. A lot of the most incredible, talented people I know never reach the level of success that maybe they want. And I honestly think that the reason for that is just luck, in a way. You know, to a certain extent, there is some luck in succeeding in life. There is. And if luck isn't working out, then you got to cheat. But a lot of people who are really creative and really special and talented, a lot of people like that don't want to cheat because they're like, I'm too good for that. Like, I'm proud of what I do. And I don't want to have to cheat my way to get to the top. So I'm just going to accept my success for what it is, be proud of where I'm at, and leave it there. Water is one of the most important things that we need as humans. It's one of the fundamental needs that we have. And because of that, it's even more important that our water is safe. It's time for water filtration that actually does stuff. The Life Straw Home is the only pitcher that removes bacteria, parasites, PFAS, and more than 30 other common contaminants from tap water. And it also makes your water taste way better. It has an award-winning sleek design made of hand-blown glass. Plus, it looks great sitting in your fridge or on your countertop, and it's super easy to maintain. LifeStraw products cut out the need for single-use plastic bottles, so you're helping the environment as well when you're using this stuff. And LifeStraw gives back. For every pitcher sold, a child in need receives a year of safe water. They're a certified B Corp that fights for the planet, and their Give Back program provides safe water for millions of children every year. Say goodbye to your grimy old water filter pitcher. It's time for an upgrade. Use code ANYTHINGGOES for an additional 15% off the purchase of any LifeStraw home product at lifestraw.com. That's lifestraw.com in code ANYTHINGGOES for an additional 15% off the purchase of any LifeStraw home product. Okay, how are you feeling today? Like, really think about it for a minute. Are you feeling hyper, tired, annoyed, meh? No matter how you're feeling, good or bad, somewhere in between. It's never a bad time to connect with your feelings by starting your mental health journey with Headspace. We all say that we're fine when we don't mean it. How many times have you told yourself that you're fine when all you've really felt is anger, sadness, and nerves? Headspace is scientifically proven to help you manage your feelings and your mental health. In fact, a recent study proved that in just 2 weeks, Headspace can reduce your stress by 14%. Whether you want to relieve stress and anxiety, sleep better, or improve your focus, Headspace is your everyday dose of mindfulness for real life. I've been having a really hard time with sleep recently because I've been really anxious because I'm in the middle of moving houses and there's just so much going on and I'm traveling and it's just like I'm very overwhelmed. And Headspace has such amazing mindfulness exercises that can be used during the day when I'm anxious or before bed when I'm anxious. I've been using this especially before bed because I've been having such a hard time falling asleep, and it's been really, really helpful. However you're feeling, try Headspace at headspace.com/Emma and get 1 month free of their entire mindfulness library. This is the best Headspace offer available, so go to headspace.com/Emma today. That's headspace.com/Emma. I mean, you look at famous artists of the past even, like Van Gogh, for example. Van Gogh was an extremely talented artist. We all know that. He's amazing. I mean, I love his art. Like, I know it's a very, I'm not giving a hot take here. Everybody's like, yeah, Emma, Van Gogh makes great art. He's fucking Van Gogh. Like, shut up. But, okay, Van Gogh makes amazing art, right? And I think we can all agree on that. I don't know anyone who's like, I think Van Gogh's shit, right? Whatever. But when he was alive, everybody told him his art was terrible. And they were like, this sucks. Like, you should quit because you suck, right? Everybody was telling him that.
Has destroyed a turret.
But he
Killing
kept painting paintings and creating art in the way that was true to him, in the way that was the most inspiring to him. He kept his integrity, even while everybody was shitting on him and telling him that he was a failure. He kept his integrity. And unfortunately, he never saw success in his lifetime, but now his paintings are some of the most expensive paintings on the planet. You see what I'm saying? It's like Van Gogh is the icon that he is because he stayed true to himself no matter what came in the way. He stayed true to himself, and he continued to create with integrity and work with integrity. And now he's an icon. Yeah, he's an icon as fuck. But with Van Gogh, there's an interesting point, which is that, okay, yeah, he might be an icon now, but he was miserable when he was alive, right? Like, he was fucking miserable. He had no money, you know, he struggled mentally. He didn't have the resources probably to help himself mentally because he wasn't making a large income. People shat on his creative endeavors. Like, he was miserable, right? So even though now he's an icon, but who cares? Because when he was alive, he was miserable. I need to read Van Gogh's book because I know that there's a book about his diary. Or it's a book of his diary. Like, it's a published version of his diary that you can read. And I'm curious to see if he managed to find happiness in creating art even though he wasn't succeeding at it. I wonder if it still brought him joy. It must have, because why would he have kept going? You know, something's not making you happy and you're not succeeding at it, then you're sure as hell not going to do it. So he must have gotten some sort of happiness from it. I think the moral of this story is, and this discussion is that accomplishments, success, fame, money, all of those things mean nothing if they weren't accomplished with integrity. Because for a majority of people, you'll never feel like you fully earned it. I wholeheartedly believe that there are people out there that have cheated their way to the top and feel great about it. And to those people, I say, all power to you as long as you didn't hurt anyone in the process. Like, if you had to cheat on a few tests and if you had to, you know, steal $100 from your grandma one day in order to reach the success that you're at now, your grandma's probably fine without the $100 and your teacher doesn't really care that much if you cheat on your test at the end of the day. So, you know what I mean? If you didn't really harm anyone on your way to the top and you feel good about it, then maybe it's fine. Maybe there is a gray area. Because there are definitely people who have cheated and love it. You know what I mean? But, and then there are psychopaths who, like, literally kill people on their way to the top probably and feel amazing about it. But they're also psychopaths and are not a part of this discussion. Because that's an outlier that I do not have the time and energy to handle right now. I think that the lesson that can be learned from this is that when comparing your success to others, because that's an inevitable thing that we as humans do. When you're comparing your success to others, I think it's so important to keep in mind that you don't know how they got there, and they might not have gotten there in an honest and truthful way. You don't know. And they might not be able to be proud of themselves because of the dishonest way that they accomplished what they did. They might not be able to even be proud of themselves. You don't know the story behind anyone's success. You don't know what loops they jump through, what corners they cut. You don't know. So it's just a further reminder that you got to just stay focused in your own lane. There's no benefit to comparing yourself to others because you'll never know the full story. And if you can find a way to stay in your own lane, focus on your own life, and focus on living every day and working every day with honesty, integrity, and good morality, then that's the best thing to do. In the long term, you'll be in a better spot. Short term, you might feel a little bit behind because the cheaters might be winning, right? But long term, you're going to end up in a better spot. And there might be moments when you listen to the devil on your shoulder. That's okay. That's also human. Nobody on this planet is only listening to the angel on their shoulder. I listen to the devil on my shoulder on accident sometimes. Sometimes the devil on my shoulder is like, you should order a new air fryer on Amazon right now. And even though you don't even like air fryers because you're bored. That's the type of shit that my devil on my shoulder said. Sometimes I listen to that devil, okay? And sometimes you might listen to that devil. But what it's really about is just doing your best. And take pride in the fact that the majority of the time, you work with integrity. Personally, I'm a big shopper. I love shopping, and I think I might even love it a little bit too much, to be honest. But even as somebody who loves shopping, sometimes I get overwhelmed when I have something to go to, like a wedding or a business event. Because I don't know how to shop for events like that. I know how to shop for my day-to-day life, but when it comes to these specific events, I get overwhelmed trying to figure out what to wear. And for those of you who run into the same dilemma as me, I have a solution. Macy's has personal stylists that can help you with these shopping dilemmas. It's like a personal shopper and a stylist all in one, and it's completely free. Other personal shopping or stylist services can be very expensive, but Macy's provides them for free. The personal shopper will shop for you based on clothing styles that you're looking for, your budget range, specific events, body type, and so much more. They can help you find the perfect outfit for a specific event that you have coming up so that you can feel confident in yourself while you're there. Whether you need to find the perfect shoe for that wedding coming up, or maybe you need a killer blazer to nail your job interview, Macy's has got your back. They can even help you pick out the perfect gift for someone in your life that's difficult to shop for, or find that piece of home decor that you've been looking for. I really love how Macy's personal stylists take into consideration your body type, because body type and the fit of clothing go hand in hand, And no matter what your body type is, there's clothing out there for you. But it's all about finding that stuff. Like for me, when I'm looking for jeans, for example, I don't have a waist. Okay, like I just don't have one. It's just not there. I also don't have a juicy butt. Okay, so I'm trying to find jeans that make it look like I have a waist and a nicer butt than I maybe have. That's what I'm looking for. But it's like a trial and error process. And it's all about finding the perfect jeans for my specific body type. And, a pair of jeans that work for me might not work for the next guy and vice versa. And so Macy's takes that into consideration and shops for your body type. I also sometimes struggle to make outfits around statement pieces. Like sometimes I'll buy like a statement piece, something that's really bold. And then, I bring it home and I'm like, I have no idea how to even style it because it's so, like, I don't even know where to start because it's such a statement piece. I don't know what to do. Macy's can help you with those types of dilemmas. Also, when it comes to, attending events like weddings or business events or a job interview, I always get so sometimes stressed for those things because I don't want to be overdressed, but I also don't want to be underdressed. And making that decision on my own can be really difficult. But having a little bit of help from a Macy's personal stylist would very much help with those problems. Anyway, if you're interested in working with a Macy's personal stylist, visit Macys.com/personal stylist to connect with a style expert virtually or in a store today. And best of all, it's super fast and it's free. Again, that's Macys.com/personal stylist. I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting conversation to have. And I've been tempted many times in my career on the internet. Not tempted, that's not the right word. But there have been so many moments throughout my career where I have been tempted to listen to the devil on my shoulder. Like, I got an offer to promote a product that I didn't really like. And I had to say no, even though it was kind of tough to say no. Because I was like, well, I don't really like this product that much. But, they are going to pay me to talk about it. Like, it's hard to say no to that sometimes. Sometimes it's easy. It's gotten way easier now that I'm at a different point in my life. And I've had this realization that I just discussed now. It's become much easier in my recent years. But when I was younger, it was hard for me to say no to opportunities that maybe weren't the perfect fit. I would always say no, but there were moments when I'd be like, it would just be so much easier to just like say yes to every brand deal and just involve myself in drama for more views and just talk shit about people for more attention and become friends with people that I don't like so that they can benefit me. Like, there's been moments where those opportunities have been dangling right in front of my face and I could grab them if I wanted, but I never did. And now I'm at a place where I'm so happy that I didn't. There was one period of my career where I felt like I kind of lost my integrity a little bit. And that would be when I was making YouTube videos every week and I got an editor. Now, for the first few years of me having a YouTube channel and growing that YouTube channel, I edited all of my own videos. And then it became too overwhelming for me. I couldn't be consistent on YouTube and upload my own videos and be mentally stable. I had to choose only 2 of those options out of the 3. I could be emotionally unstable and edit my own videos. I could be emotionally stable and have an editor. Those are my 2 options. And my editor was incredible. I mean, he's an amazing, amazing, amazing editor. He was so good. He's so great and a great guy. Everything about that situation was great. But it made me lose some of my integrity a little bit with my videos that I was posting on YouTube. I wasn't as proud of them because I wasn't putting my blood, sweat, and tears into them. And that, over the long term, made me feel less excited about the accomplishments that I was achieving on YouTube because I felt like I wasn't achieving them properly because I wasn't doing the work. You know what I mean? I was handing off the hardest part of being a YouTuber to someone else. And even though there's nothing wrong with what I didn't hurt anyone in the process. I didn't cheat anyone in the process. I didn't whatever. I just didn't feel like I was sticking to my creative integrity because for me, editing videos on YouTube was where I was being creative. I wasn't necessarily being creative in how I was filming videos. I was being creative in how I was editing my videos. And then when I gave that job away to someone else, that also was giving away my creative integrity that I had on YouTube because, again, the only creative part about it for me was editing. And so I didn't feel like I was able to fully enjoy my success because I wasn't being true to myself there. And what I learned from that was that for me personally, I would rather create quality over quantity. When I got an editor for my YouTube videos, I got this editor so that I could upload more videos more frequently. And although the videos were edited incredibly, they didn't have the same quality in my heart. So I think in this scenario, I didn't cheat anyone else to get to the top, but I cheated myself in a way. I cheated myself out of my own creative outlet. And I chose uploading videos more frequently over uploading videos that were heartfelt and that I put my blood, sweat, and tears into less frequently. Because I feared that if I didn't upload YouTube videos weekly, that my career would be over. So I kind of thought that this was my only option. When, in retrospect, I could have just uploaded 2 videos a month that were edited by me that I was really proud of because I did everything. I made everything. They were a 100% creation by me. I could have done that less frequently. And yeah, maybe I wouldn't have grown as quickly on YouTube. Maybe my views would have went down. Maybe I would have lost followers. Who fucking knows? But I probably would have been proud of myself though. And I would have been proud of those videos regardless of what effect it had on my level of success. It's all just food for thought, really. It's really just all food for thought what we're doing here right now. I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't have been the case. I don't know. Anyway, you guys, that's all I got for today. That was today's discussion. I hope that you enjoyed. I really appreciate you listening to me talk and ramble for the past, 45 minutes? I don't know. I love hanging out with you guys. It's always such a pleasure. If you want to subscribe to Anything Goes, you can do so on any platform that you stream podcasts. You can follow Anything Goes on Instagram at Anything Goes, and you can follow Anything Goes on Twitter at AG Podcast. And you can rate Anything Goes on Apple Podcasts, leave a review, and let me know what you think of the podcast. And that's pretty much all I got. Oh, and you can check out my coffee company, chamberlaincoffee.com. We have lots of fun stuff. We have lots of delicious coffee. We just came out with instant coffee sticks that are literally, in my opinion, revolutionary because there's coffee sticks, instant sticks that you can mix with water on the go that don't taste like shit. I haven't had one that didn't taste like shit before this one. So anyway, check that out. We also have a new blend, the Butterfly Blend.